All right, you guys can hear me now, right? Audio, mic check, cam check. I know this is a later stream than usual, but for random variable, just wonder why we need to temper barrier generation as there's no longer a dark shroud in the kill skills tree. Barrier generation just gives you a bigger barrier for a second win. Master, yes. So barrier generation just gives you more second wind, basically. It's like a mini second wind. So yeah, I actually don't even know what to do today. Actually, I thought to myself, I'm like, I do kind of want to play some Twisting Blades, but like, I wonder how I'm going to be able to, I guess, farm up efficiently to be able to kind of make a build like that. Hey, why is that up there like this? Weird. Okay, sorry. Yeah, maybe some TB. I sent some recent feedback about TB to the developers. And it got a thumbs up by like all the other rogues in the channel, including Woody Joe. So that was like pretty cool. I don't even play TB like that, but everybody agreed with my almost everybody agreed with my assessment of it. So I feel validated, vindicated a little bit. Always out of Veil Crystals. I'm always out of Masterworking mats. Always. Always. Then again, I don't really farm efficiently, so I mean that's partially my fault. To listen to new Kendrick album, not yet. I haven't. I honestly am just struggling trying to find time to do stuff right now. Like in real life stuff is kind of taking the backseat. Tanjiro, yo, it's Tanjiro. Tanjiro. For those who know who Tanjiro is, it's Tanjiro. Hashtag Demon Slayer. Master Remaster easy to get. I mean, kind of, but I guess when you're trying to masterwork the right thing, or whatever, or the right things, or you're trying to get a decent masterwork, you run through them so quickly. Like so quick. But yeah, I do gotta listen to Kendra's new album. There's a lot I gotta really do, man. I'm also setting up for trying to find some way to set up or get a setup for when I start doing like more door dashing during the afternoons during Christmas break, because you know school is gonna be out for Christmas break and not gonna have anything to do in the afternoon, and I don't know if I really want to do like a 12-13 hours of streams, like a day streams. Even I guess it wouldn't be that bad since Path of Exile 2 early access is December 6th, so technically speaking I could play 12 or 13 hours a day, but I don't know if I really want to subject myself to that for like the majority of Christmas break though, because then that starts to become like burnout, and I don't know, that's a bit much. Definitely a bit much. It still didn't reset. Okay, I guess we'll just go here then. Let's get the wind force on. We'll go with regular bow. Actually, you know what? We'll have to keep the wind force. Yeah, we'll just keep wind force. Because it legit just doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Alright, let's go ahead and get this boss kill real quick. Quick whisper. How was a barrage build for a Victimize? Kind of what I expected. I did come across some I don't want to say new discoveries, but I don't really think branch and volleys is necessary anymore for barrage. It's probably a hot take. I think for most barrage builds, especially Victimized ones, I think branch and volleys doesn't really do anything. So every Victimized build practically has branch and volleys. I just don't think it's necessary anymore. Because I mean, for I'll put it this way, Victimized Barrage, all of Victimize's damage is basically all the Barrage's Victimized damage is mainly coming from the Umber Crux totem. So ironically enough, which I think I spoke about it last stream too as well, that Heartseeker is actually better in terms of proccing Victimize than Barrage is technically. I don't say proccing it, but like it has better multipliers. You can do a little bit more. But it's the Umber Crux being bugged and the idea of being able to pierce through and Umber Crux also proccing Victimize gives Barrage the advantage. But with that being said, because you know that the Umber Crux is literally where all your damage is coming from with Barrage in a sense, it kind of makes the gameplay legit playing around the totem almost the entire time. So particularly I didn't too much care for that the first time, I'm gonna be honest. Whereas with Heartseeker, I don't care about the totem because obviously you can't use the totem on Heartseeker. So, so it feels better to play Victimize with Heartseeker than it does Barrage. But Barrage Victimize does more damage for sure, and it has everything to do with the Umber Crux totem. Dope track. I was edging on you, no marking your shroud as favorite. Yo, Masava is your 7 crystals. We'll burn out with you, whatever. What better to do of avoiding winter depression? So anyhow, I guess like I said before, I am trying to start up, you know, or figure out how I would do like a DoorDash in real live stream, like during the afternoons or whatever. Maybe like a 4-hour journey, somewhat daily in the afternoon, because it's actually pretty decent money if you know what you're doing, and it's easy, and you know I can take breaks when I need to or whatever. So if I'm in pain, I can just stop, take a break, pause orders, all that kind of stuff. So. And it also gives you guys a different side of Dioxide that we don't really get to see sometimes. I mean, granted, I talk about real life stuff here too as well, but I think it'll be a different environment, you know, when I'm out dashing and whatever. So, like, I'm like for real thinking about like really putting that together and doing it. Why did I change the gloves on the Precision Barrage to Fist of Fate? But you weren't a fan of them. I'm not a fan of Fist of Fate, but it's not. I can't deny when something is like really good. So Fist of Fate on Precision Barrage makes more sense than regular gloves because on Wind Force you get so many barrage ranks. You see how you see how there's +7 barrage ranks on this, which could be 8 or whatever if I wanted it to be, or. So because you have so many ranks of Barrage, having ranks on your glove for Barrage just kind of gets watered down. So the more ranks you have into a skill, the less value you actually get of that per point. So the first couple of ranks are going to be worth more than the next couple of ranks, etc. Yeah, so this isn't Precision Barrage, by the way. This is Victimize Barrage. But yeah, Wind Force is now in Precision Barrage. And because of that, Fist of Fate makes more sense. If I was still doing Sky Hunter, then I'd probably do a regular glove. Appreciate the follow. It's an explanation. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I really honestly wish that they I wish they would have did more for the mid-season. How do I balance the resistance armor threshold with the new ring? You basically need to make sure you have Rahir as your mercenary. It's pretty much it. So make sure that you have the 15% resistance from his skill tree or whatever, and then yeah, you almost can't do it without it. Almost. So now, when I was trying to build the build without having to rely on Rahir for the all resistance, now you kind of have to with the new ring. Let's go here. Okay. Wait, that should have gave me. Oh, ritual was failed. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I should have got the whisper by now. Make my new TV build. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have like. It honestly really just depends on how many mats I can kind of conjure up or whatever. I mean, I believe I have the gear to do it, but maybe. Or I guess I can check my stash and see if I can reuse some gear from my Invigorating Strike Blaze Shift stuff I was doing. Maybe. It'll mean that like I'll pretty much tank my those builds per se, because I won't be able to keep, you know, tempering over and over. But at this point in the season, you know, I don't see myself going back to or trying Invigorating Strike or Blaze Shift. It was fun when I did it then, but I don't see a reason to do it now. Oh, Surratt Slayer. I like Surratt Slayer. I think I could still do yeah, actually, yeah, let's check the stats. Let's see what we actually have. I need damage per Dark Shroud gear though, so like Okay, here's this one. Can I re-scroll it or no? Is it gonna let me? Looks like no. Nah, it's looking like it's looking like that's done. Actually, let me make sure. Because the game doesn't really give you like, it doesn't like. Yeah, see, it's already been used. All right. That would have been able to save me some mats right there. Okay, so this is 3 out of 6 or whatever. Yeah, so this has already been used. So yeah, I've used this twice already myself. I have to change the damage to close enemies and the Heartseeker one. I don't even know if I'd even be able to do it. Maybe I'll get lucky. We'll see. I'll probably end up breaking it. Something tells me I'm gonna break this. Watch. Invigorating strike. Huh? Twisting blades. All right, so I have one shot at this. Can I get damage per Dark Shroud Shadow? Is it possible? Easy to forget how dope Ludicrous is. I know, right? So Dark Side, I hope you stay a D4 player. So actually the first, yeah, I think you're the first person, yeah, to actually say that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna play. No, smoke grenade size. Rip. Rip. This would have been a good rough. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I'm about to get another weapon. But no, I think yeah, I think you're the first person like to actually like yeah, like no one has that song on the playlist, by the way, really. Like or like no one like many people listen to that because like it's like Ludacris on his albums or whatever have like really good intro songs, like first songs over there. There's actually like intro songs in his albums. Coming to America is like one of my favorites of all time. But like people usually don't like, you know, they usually skip the intro, you know, song or whatever. But I love Ludacris's intro songs. They're always so good. But with that being said, to be honest, you know, I'm gonna play whatever I find fun. So, as long as D4 continues to churn out things that I like or whatever, like I'm not gonna just completely abandon like Diablo 4 like completely in the sense. And it could just be very well that I may not enjoy Path of Exile 2 as much as the world feels like I probably should, right? Who knows? But I'm obviously gonna give it a shot. I have every intent on trying the game and playing the game and you know those kind of things. So, but I don't see myself like completely ditching D4 like in its entirety, if that makes sense. But you never know. I mean, it could happen. I don't see it, but hey, it could. But I mean, season 7 is looking to do pretty well. So I'm actually looking forward to season 7 as well. Chances are, what I would like to do though, who is a King Wise? Yeah, what I would like to do is I want to play both. Like that's just like that's for me. That's like the optimal scenario for me is to play both. I don't want to. Wait, what? The item is wrong for the type of what? Are you serious? What? Is that even a? Is that even the pot? What? How's that even possible? Okay, about to say. I'm like, all right, all right, cool. Yeah, so like, I would like to do both, play both. I mean, that's the ideal scenario, and that kind of whichever one has the more baller league or season is the one I play more of that season or whatever. But the idea is to not drop either one would be the best case scenario for me. But yeah, at the moment, I don't see myself just completely dropping D4. Like they have to do something really bad. I mean, like completely bad, like awful for me to just like because the combat and the gameplay is still fun. Like so, like to make me quit, you're gonna have to like really screw that part up. So the one thing that Blizzard has always been pretty good with, that'll be a challenge. Put it that way. Seriously? They're 140 easy. What build? I can't even get Twist and Blaze right now. There we go. Okay, that works. Okay, that works. Okay, so we got 2 weapons here. Probably need 1 more. Or would I want to do a Shearer's Dagger instead? Probably a Shearer's Dagger, right? Do I even have one? I swear I masterworked 1 before. Did I not do that? I mean, I guess I kept 1. Yeah, I mean, I kept a good one. Yeah, this is a good one. I guess I never masterworked it. Okay. I'm pretty sure I would have to go this dagger though. Especially with the buff to it. Yeah, okay. We'll put these 3 here. The dagger there. Damage to close enemies. Damage per dark shrouds. Got poison imbuement. What build is this? I have 0 out of 6 tempers left. I think this was the one I think I was close to breaking but didn't. Yep, that's the one. Or I did break it and I just left it alone. Can I just reuse this though? I think I can just reuse it. I don't think the other tempers don't really matter or aren't that important. So I could just reuse that ring. MC Light, yes. Minion just got perdition. Funny with a few changes, and I'm now smashing T4. I'm sure POE2 is gonna make the D4 dev step it up a bit. I don't even know. See, that's the thing. I think people like. I know people don't really fully kind of grasp like how it truly works. And it's. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You know, if you don't know, you don't know, and it's not much information out there. But like, really, I wouldn't bank on the devs doing any more than they're already doing now, but more so just what's they doing more than they're doing now, but more so probably have more freedom to do the things that they need to do for the game, and be given more leeway in terms of money to achieve said thing, resources to achieve said thing. Right now, it's very obvious when you listen to talks and even campfire chats and stuff that they're already looking at the next stuff, right? The next expansion is already in the works. The next season or two is already in the works. They're always looking forward ways to be able to continue to get you to spend money, like products or whatever. So all the resources, a lot of resources is being managed for stuff like that. And of course, if it's for profit, I get it, corporation money kind of thing. But if there are problems within the game that needs to be addressed and fixed, if it doesn't make money, it doesn't get the resources necessary to be able to tackle said stuff, right? And so if that becomes a problem, or if the lack of quality per season or per whatever, let's say, continues to happen, and it ends up hurting the pocketbooks of said corporation, then they have to make different decisions or changes to rectify those issues. Right now, they don't see it as much of an issue because they're not losing any money for all these bugs or whatever like that, right? They're not losing any money at the end of the day, at least not yet, right? But when it starts to hurt the pocketbooks, then it's kind of like, all right, green light. Do what you got to do. Investors are mad. Last, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. Thank you. Because on the D4 dev team has similar goals, anchors, ambitions, and capabilities. I would actually disagree with that. I disagree with it just because I actually had a chance to actually meet and speak and talk to the devs. And I do talk to the devs probably more often than most players. Well, obviously more often than most players, but like I get to contact devs quite often. So it's like I get to see things you guys don't really get to see. And so I could totally understand that perspective, but I can just tell you, as someone who does have a chance to be able to talk with them outside of PR, that there are several devs on that team that are passionate about what they do. Game development isn't a luxurious job. People don't do it for the money. In fact, the pay is crap for game developing, and usually the industry is pretty harsh on game development. So if you're getting into game, to developing games, you are passionate about what you're doing. I use the analogy of being a teacher because it's the same thing. Like, I'm a teacher. I don't go into the field. I don't go into the field of teaching because I'm making money. It's like, oh, I can't wait to make money as a teacher. No, you do it because you're passionate about it. Now, there are bad teachers, obviously, yes. There are teachers that may not be able to do what they need to do because their district is absolute shit. But all teachers get into the business because it's a passion thing. Right, period. You're not getting in it because you're thinking you're going to make good money doing it. That's not why you become a teacher. Just like that's not why you become a game dev. So again, I understand that the player base may not be able to see the passion as much as, let's say, what's coming from GGG, but you also got to understand that like Blizzard I think GGG is the right people at the right time to push action RPGs for us, and D4 dev team Blizz as a whole is not. Well, I'll put it this way. I think we would see a bit more coming out of the game if Diablo 4 did not have the overhead that it does. What people don't really truly fully understand is that if GGG worked under Microsoft, it will be the same story. It'll be a similar story in terms of what they're able to churn out and what they can and cannot do because of overhead. I'm not saying GGG isn't, will end up churning out the same things, but what I will say is that your management is responsible for what you can and cannot do. Just like any job in like the world. You can have all these creative ideas and ambitions, but if your boss says no, what do you do? That's why if you notice, like some of the good game devs, like David Brevik, think about it. David Brevik, why is he not working for anybody? Why is he like indie or whatever? There's a reason why he went straight indie. Even though he can get a job at any of these companies at any time he wants to. Like, what company would not hire David Brevik right now in terms of the action RPG space? Not a single one. There's a reason why he doesn't. But like you look back at D2, Blizzard did not have the overhead at the time that they do now. They were able to put out products when they want, how they want, with as much creativity as possible and spending as much money as possible to be able to do it. That's why D2 was as successful as it was. Right? Because you had devs who were passionate, who were also good at what they did. They had the freedom to do what they do. That's why GGG is doing well, because they are good at what they're doing and they have the creative freedom to actually do it too as well. And Tencent is allowing them to do it, which is very smart of them. So I think what people have to understand is that GGG is in a different scenario, a different situation than Blizzard is. And so it's hard to compare the two teams when one team has like 50 different red tapes to have to like abide by, and GGG might have like maybe one or two. So if they were in the same exact situation, sure, but they're not. But what I can tell you is that Blizzard, before they became Activision Blizzard, churned out really good products too. Remember, Blizzard was the reason why we kind of got into some of the stuff that we did. They made great games, but they also weren't part of a big corporation at the time either. And that's just kind of the unfortunate reality. So most of the good devs that have left is not because Blizzard has turned crap per se. It's because it's all about the money now. They can't do what they want to do. They can't be who they want to be. They can't churn out the creative projects like they used to, because now it's basically corporate owned. It's all about the profits at that point. Whereas before it was about the creativity. So they left. Yeah. So again, I'm definitely not saying that, GGG won't do well, or, they aren't passionate and whatnot. I have every intent on playing Path of Exile 2 for sure. But I think the audiences misunderstands the situation that some of these teams are in. Unfortunately, old Blizzard can't be old Blizzard anymore, and has not been for over a decade. I wouldn't say that that's Blizzard's fault, or I guess you could, because they allow the merger with Activision or whatever. They chose to do that, which was probably the worst thing they've ever done in the company's history, to be quite honest with you. That was like the worst move they probably could have done. But they did spend a ton of money, and maybe they were broke and they just kind of needed, a lift or whatever. And the merger would have helped in that sense, but it also turned them into a company that they weren't. They were never was. They went from being a small company doing whatever they want to now for-profit stuff. So Diablo 3 was developed in that time frame when after the merger happened. Diablo Immortal, all those things that, didn't turn out to be as like, Blizzard quality at the, initially was around that time frame. So if you want to sit there and say Blizzard as a company or Microsoft as a company at this point, you know, is hurting or, you know, don't care or whatnot, you could probably say that. But I wouldn't put it on the devs themselves. Because I'm pretty sure, at least from what I know, if they had more, let's say more opportunities, isn't really the right word. If they were able to go ham with what they really want to do with the game, I'm pretty sure this would be in a different position. But right now, obviously, it's just, you know, they're not going to get the green light or the resources until the pocketbooks start hurting. Which is why I actually want Path of Exile to, like, legit just, like, come out swinging, like, big time. Because then that forces upper management to have to, you know, get the resources these guys have been asking for to do the things they want to do. Because at that point, it's going to hurt Blizzard's pocketbook from the top down. And once that starts happening, now changes are going to actually happen. But right now, they have no reason to. They, as in like upper management. Why spend money if you're not losing money? Despite us complaining about the jillions of bugs in the game and things that should or could be better or whatnot. If they're still making money and, you know, they're not really being threatened, why should a higher up spend more resources? I don't agree with that. I'm just saying, like, that's the thought process. Which, of course, for us gamers, that sucks. What build is this? This is a Victimize Barrage. I'm about to make TB maybe soon. Maybe. Let's see if I can get enough of the Masterworking materials so in time to really be able to make it a TB build. I guess wish D4 class skill tree was not so basic, it's way too simple. It was really that was one of the first things I noticed when I played Endgame beta back around this time last year. I was saying the same thing. I'm like, man, this skill tree is like so small. Like it's like I'm like, surely there's more than this, right? Like, it has to be, right? Right? And this is coming from Diablo 3, which didn't really have, like, I mean, I would say there was more offerings and skills, regardless of whether you used them or not, in Diablo 3 than there was in Diablo 4. Than it is in Diablo 4. I was quite thrown back by the lack of skills to play around with, in a sense.
I need more time.
And when people are using Dancing Knives while spamming Barrage Heartseeker, just saw someone use it and it's shredding everything. I mean, you kind of can shred everything in T4 with or without. But yeah, it's basically a bug. You can kind of do Yen's Blessings boot and kind of force Dance of Knives to spawn automatically. but it's a little jank to try to do it, and the benefit of doing it isn't, in my opinion, isn't really worth it. Isn't really worth the hassle. I'll put it that way. But you can do it. It's possible. Before you need a game changer build, slot run or something to change how skill works. You also really need like a Paragon rework as well, man. Paragons is like really boring. Granted, sometimes I do appreciate the fact that I don't have to spend too much time on Paragon to perfect it. I can literally just kind of put anything together and it works. But I think for Endgame, especially now that we're gonna have the armory next season, like having a more robust armory, not armory, sorry, a more robust Paragon system that actually changes the way your skills work is just in order. There's no reason for it to be legit. I won't say it's worse than Diablo 3's Paragon system, but it's like, I mean, it's like, I don't know. You'll play POE too? Yeah, I'll try it for sure. I have every intent on playing it on December 6th. Am I excited for the new rogue boost next season? I am. I'm excited for anything shadow imbuement related. I think that's gonna be pretty cool. So yes. So I actually want to make a shadow build that revolves around alchemical admixture, which is what's gonna actually make that pop off a little bit more too as well. So that will open up some options and things for several skills. Really, you can probably do it. You can probably do it with a lot of skills. Actually, you can kind of make it happen with. Yeah, I mean, you can probably run basic attacks with that now if you wanted to. You can just go DPS basic attacks or whatever, and let your shadow kind of do most of your damage. Isn't there Jens Blessing's Funk with dancing not that allowed you to play Barrage or Heartseeker spam D? Okay, yeah. Oh, I guess said that. Sorry, I guess I said that already. Yep, I have every intent on playing Path of Exile too. I'm not gonna look up many videos ahead of time. I will probably try to get a better understanding of the systems or whatever, but that's really about it. Did I ever finish a Heartseeker build? Yeah, I did. And I did updates on the Maxroll guide with that. So I said, no, you're good, man. You're good. I hate how the shade totem is counted as an enemy, and I can't move forward until it dissipates. Like that's like so weird to me. Do I play other classes? Sometimes. I probably won't this season, just because we're getting close to other things, I guess. Other things being Diablo 4 PTR, which is right around the corner-ish. And then, of course, there's Path of Exile 2 early access. So the time frame in which I would normally play a different class, which is like maybe like the last month-ish or whatever, or other classes the last month of the season or whatever, I won't be doing that because I'd be playing some Path of Exile 2 at the time. So, not to mention, there's so many bugs right now on builds in the game that I'm just like not motivated to play other builds or make other builds on other classes right now. Like I would be somewhat. These are bad. Peace. Game is fine for a father with 10 wives and 100 children. Into some on farming Shroud of Frost Death. Honestly, it's just better. It's just best if you try to craft one. So look at the Shroud of Frost Death, go to the blacksmith and kind of see what the runes required. Right? I actually forgot the what runes are required for it. I don't see if you have the amount of runes and also 2 sparks to be able to do the craft. That would be the best way to do it. Another way would just be literally just farming bosses all day. Oh, you don't have the expansion? Okay, well then yeah, boss farm. Literally just farm bosses. Any boss, doesn't really matter. But you'll be doing a lot of boss farming. The Nuggets went on a 50-17 run tonight. So are we stop bagging on Russell Westbrook now, or I know he's had quite a couple of good games in the recent. Almost feels like he's playing better than Jamal Murray at times, which is, I'd be very embarrassed if I was Jamal Murray, but they need to trade Michael Porter Jr. Really? I almost feel like they don't really give him enough freedom to be himself. I know he's very ambitious and young and wants to kind of show the world what he can do, and sometimes doesn't always say the best things he needs to say in the media, right? A couple of years back or whatever, where he kind of threw the coaching under the bus, which I still remember that. But Michael Porter Jr. is actually pretty talented, dude.
I'm not ready yet.
Or he doesn't shoot and he doesn't do it good enough. Yeah, but I also think that's kind of where the coach is playing him though. Like he's basically that dude. Almost like a catch and shoot dude. But I don't think Michael Porter Jr. is just that player. But if you're in that system and that's what you're supposed to do, because you got Jamal Murray handling the ball, you got Jokic also handling the ball and running the offense, what do you do? You can't do more than like be open for a pass and shoot in that system, right? So like I'm not saying Porter would be like, you know, they're using Porter wrong per se, but I think he might thrive more in a different system than what he's in right now. I wouldn't say as like a lead, you know, not like, you know, running a team, but like I think he'd be good as like a second option. Whereas right now he's like the fourth option, right behind Jamal, Jokic, Jamal, Aaron Gordon, then MPJ. You know what I'm saying? Exile, what's going on? I've gotten the mythical cash 4 times and received the helm every time. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. That sucks, man. What's my mass look like? 13K. Okay. Bach is the pain in the ass one. It is, very much so. You say you're gonna jump ship. I mean, you don't necessarily have to jump ship, right? You can just keep your ship and then board another ship. I know what you mean though, but like I like whenever I see that, or you know, I read that, I'm just like, nah, you know. It's totally okay for you to keep your ship. Just park it and then, you know, ride the other ship. I'm reading so many comments on like recent videos, like DM's videos and Rax's video and stuff like that about it, and like, it's almost like it's a. Actually, there was one comment in one video. I think it was like Demon, or DM or whatever. DM's video. One person, you know, said something about like it's like the internet makes it seem impossible to like and play both games, and somebody literally try to rationalize why you can't play both games, why you're not allowed to play both games. Like legit try to rationalize it. Like in terms of time and stuff like that's concerned, it's like you're just not gonna have time to be able to play both games. You have to play one or the other. I'm just like, bro's really trying to rationalize this right now. Like for real, like for real. You're only allowed to play one game at a time. Got it. Why Flurry in the skill slot? For movement. Faster movement. It makes for faster speed farming. If you notice, I tend to like use Flurry to dash to a target to save time. That's all. Flurry doesn't do any damage. It's just literally a movement skill, basically. Gaming tribalism is stupid. I agree. I really do. I'm not ready yet. I think it's in the Bible. Thou shall only play one action RPG. It's a reactionary click farming. I guess fair. Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
One of the benefits of playing season games that you can take some breaks and come back. Well, and that's the thing. Like, there's never going to be an action RPG ever, and there's nothing. It has nothing to do with the action RPG itself, right? It has everything to do with the genre. There's never going to be an action RPG that is going to keep your attention for the entire 3 months of that particular season or league or thing that whatever you branded, right? Like, there's going to be downtime. Period. Doesn't matter how much content your game has. It's going to get to a certain point where your character is, or characters, or your builds you've been playing are at a point where you're satisfied to where grinding more just doesn't give you the same satisfaction anymore. That's just a natural thing. Now, some games would do it better than others. Obviously, some games will have better seasons or better leagues or whatever like that in the time frame. Obviously, right? But no game will ever be able to keep the majority of the player base's attention for an entire 3 months of a season. Action RPG, whether it's Fortnite, whether it's like, doesn't matter. Like, people leave, you know, there's always the hype and stuff every, you know, for the first 2 or 3 weeks, and then it starts to die down naturally. So while that's happening, you go check out other games that also keeps your attention, right? There will be some diehards that will play the entire season, right? You know, regardless of the game, if you're really, really into that game. But the majority of the player base will not play for that long. You know what I'm saying? So that obviously leaves you room to play other games. Because games like this is seasonal. That is why, I guess, partially, or half the reason why I'm excited about Path of Exile 2, because it's like, hopefully I can kind of, do both. Where there's downtime in D4, I can play Path of Exile's new league. Or there's downtime in Path of Exile 2, D4 PTR is coming out, there's something I like there, I'm gonna go try that out. Like, that's the ideal situation, honestly. But the idea of, like, completely leaving one for the other, as if I'm never gonna have any downtime in any new action RPG that comes out, is just quite insane for me. Or insane to me, I put it that way. Will you try World of Warcraft? Nope. That I will not do. Yeah. Why is Maxroll saying Twisted Blades S tier? Because the pushing variant is S tier. But if you look at speed farming and bossing, it's definitely not. It's not in an S tier category. But I want to see if I can actually make that a reality, which is why I'm actually going to make a Twisted Blades build that isn't poison based. So we'll see. He said gaming is not marriage. You do not need to stick to one. Average action RPG engagement is 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, pretty much. Or maybe longer if your product is new, right? I could see, like, Path of Exile when it first comes out, like when it first released or whatever like that, the very first, like, month and some change, maybe a month and a half is probably going to have a very high retention rate for, like, longer than, like, the first 2 or 3 weeks for sure. But when, like, when the leagues start coming out and stuff like that, it's going to get back into somewhat the normal grind, or the normal way of, okay, the newness is kind of worn off. I still love the game, but it's like, I've explored most of what the game has to offer now. I'm no longer in the learning stages anymore, ish, or brand new learning stages anymore. So now it's like your attention is going to naturally wane. Using Woody's TB planner, so far not bad. Is there a rogue ability that you have fun with, but it's not a viable ability? I would say it used to be, but I think everything now that I like, that I play, can be considered valuable, I guess. You know, obviously on like the lower end for sure, but technically viable nonetheless. I do want to see some of the basic builds or whatever not sort of be forced around Victimize to be able to be, you know, somewhat relevant. But outside of that, I enjoy most of what I play, and most of what I play, you know, works, quote unquote. Like last Epoch, when launched, still string after a month. Next season, fall off within a week already. I feel like last Epoch is you're not wrong with that, but I do feel like last Epoch has had an unfortunate period and when it launched. I think I talked about this last stream. I really wish last Epoch would have launched like a year and a half ago, or sorry, a year and a half before they actually launched. I think that would have given them time to like build up an audience, build up, you know, a trustworthy player base, whatever. Because I do think the devs know what they're doing, and just like, you know, what people would say, hey, you know, last Epoch is passionate about what they do. Devs look like they really care. You know, all the things that, like, you know, we like Path of Exile for and things, right? So I mean, the ingredients is there, right? But like, and it has great systems, but in some ways better than the competitions, right? I just think that the release, when it released, was just not a good time for them. You know, it's basically considered, in my opinion, in terms of like what they have to offer, like the gameplay loop or the gameplay feel or whatever, just kind of feels more like a last generation's action RPGs more so than anything. And I think it would have competed really well versus Diablo 3 and Path of Exile like a couple of years ago. Like, I think it could have taken some serious viewership or, you know, players from both games around that time frame. But yeah, I just think it's just, yeah, I just think it's just, it just launched too late, man, unfortunately. Yo, that is Williams here from YouTube here on the Twitch side. What's up, man? You think you said last Epoch's Combat Superborn? So here's the thing, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. I should have. I don't know if I clipped it or not, but back in February, I remember for February and March, people were saying how like last Epoch is gonna overtake the action RPG genre. Like, people were, you know, it was like, why play D4 when you can play last Epoch? Last Epoch is better in every single way. And then they were even saying, why even play Path of Exile when you know last Epoch provides enough complexity without all the bloat and stuff, and looks better. You know, there was a lot of like people like, you know, legit dooming both games, Path of Exile and Diablo 4, because now that last Epoch was on the horizon. And so like on videos, so both Path of Exile videos at the time and D4 videos, people were just like, why are you playing this instead of playing last Epoch? And it was actually kind of crazy, the amount of people, ironically enough, overhyping something really early. Even people were just saying Rax is gonna jump ship and stream last Epoch full time because the devs really like him or whatever. Like there was a lot of that stuff. And now, you know, a little over half a year later, and like none of that came to fruition. Like, at all. That's why, don't get me wrong, I mean, Path of Exile 2 is in a much better position to deliver for a long-term product per se, because it's a sequel to a trusted game. But the idea of, you know, the world is gonna stop and bow down to, you know, Path of Exile 2 when it comes out is just, to me, just feels like, oh, here we go again, in a sense. But yeah, I didn't really find Last Epoch's combat boring. Actually, it's obviously not as polished as, let's say, D4 combat is, but I did like in my opinion, I think the skill tree and Last Epoch is like, should be how it's done. It's so good. Like, in my opinion, I think they have the best skill tree by far. You've been playing close quarters Heartseeker. Do you think it's worth Masterworking damage to close, or still Dark Shroud? Probably. Oh, actually, I don't know, because since they did buff close quarters combat a little bit, it might be worth it. I'm not sure. For the content, I bought the $400 super pack for PoE 2, so I'm excited about it. But honestly, I'm disappointed by some PoE players exploiting this launch of PoE 2 to profess their agenda of killing D4. It's not going to kill D4. It's not going to kill D4. It's not going to kill, like, it's just not. Will it do well? I'm sure it will. Like, there's little reason to believe that it won't. Like, it is going to, but it's kind of the whole, like, WoW thing, World of Warcraft thing, right? You know, like, I swear every MMO RPG that came out to the market was like, yo, it's the next WoW killer. I've heard that like 8, 9, 10 times throughout the course of World of Warcraft's existence. Even back when World of Warcraft was going through like some phases people didn't like, you know, I forgot the name of the expansion of that. Pandarian's Mist or Pandarians, whatever. People didn't like that, and it was like, oh, there were 2 MMOs that were going to come out roughly around that time frame. It's like, oh, this is definitely going to kill WoW because WoW is in the toilet and this and that, right? And like, you know, it's just like, I swear I can pull up all the videos around the time frame where people were just talking about it. All the posts, all the whatever is just swore that WoW is going to die. You know, and it's just like, I'm not saying WoW's a great game per se, or like a very good game per se, but like killing it is just not going to happen. Like, it's just not going to die like that. Diablo is also a franchise in the sense where I just don't think it's just going to die. You can't, like, another game can't kill it. You can divert the attention away from, you know, said games for a little bit, but there's going to be enough of the core audience that's going to continue to play Diablo for regardless. And that's just the way it is. It's not even going to kill PoE 1. Well, no, it's not. Well, PoE 1 is a different game, which should be like, you want to support both games. I'll put it that way. Like, what's up with that? Is it just for clicks? I don't understand. It's a zero-sum game for some players. You can play both games. There's a lot of fanboyism, that's all. It's like that in any industry. It's like you can like 2 artists, you can like 2 actors, you can like 2 different car companies, you can like 2 different consoles, right? Or consoles, sorry. You know, there's a lot of fanboyism in these parts. Yeah, but the thing about it is that, like, killing your competition isn't necessarily a good thing. Like, at least for the consumer. For us, the consumer, having no competition in your genre is not a good thing. So I do not understand the notion that that's what people want in any game, in any genre. You don't want to kill the competition. That's not going to help your game at all. So I always chuckle when I hear that. It's like, yo, you know, it's gonna do it. No, you don't. Honestly, if you're a Path of Exile player, you actually want D4 to be good. That keeps, you know, GGG on their toes. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong, I don't see the GGG slacking off, and they have the ability to be able to, at least from what I've seen, to be able to have more creative freedom to continue to do things even if they are on top. But you never want to give a company, you know, where it's like, you know, the reins of, oh, it's good enough. No one's going to be able to touch us. It's good enough. We don't really need to be releasing new things or, you know, doing as much per that sort of, you know, we have that kind of dominance. You don't want that in the market. You always want them to think, oh, there could be something that might be able to challenge us or might be able to give some. No, you always want that. Like, that just makes the product that you play better. You know what I'm saying? Like, so wanting anything to die or like that, people just don't understand how that really works. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like in reality, again, you know, you do want, even if you're a Path of Exile player, you do want, you know, Diablo to kind of step their game up in a sense, because if they come out with something great, and let's say the GGG developer just like, oh, I didn't really think that can be a case, or I didn't think Diablo can really come up and do whatever. They have like a really banger season or expansion that's going to make GGG go, okay, well, we were doing this pretty well, but maybe we need to step our game up too. Like, and for Path of Exile players, that would be what you want. because those players would benefit. So you don't want a game to die. It doesn't make it, the other games to die. So yeah, I have to laugh at that whenever I see that. I'm just like, guys, do you not understand how this works? Like, do you not understand, like, you know, the basis of capitalism here? Come on, I mean, come on. Like, like, how about try random barrels build with the unique pit ring? Yeah, it's in the updated guide now. What build is this? I see you're also using Flurry. I'm only using Flurry for the movement. It deals no damage here. So if I'm speed farming, Flurry, in my opinion, just makes it easier over, let's say, like Shadow Step or whatever, because I can cast it more often. So, will I make a Death Trap build? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think I'll be able to get to that before new stuff in a week and a half. What's an easy to play rogue build? Honestly, I would say Rain of Arrows. Gamers are not rational, at least the cultists. And POE has a lot of them. I have 1,500 posts on GGG forum, trust me. I mean, I wouldn't just, you know, bring it down to just, you know, Path of Exile, but like the games with a very strong fan base, or loyal fan base, you're gonna see that. I mean, obviously you see that with Diablo 2, you see that with Smash Melee, you see that with Monster Hunter Generations, or at least that crowd. It just is gonna be, I mean, it just is what it is, you know, StarCraft, Root War. I find it interesting a lot of people comment D4 videos making D4 bad. They actually really weren't really saying that until you haven't heard nearly as much of that until the reveal of the Path of Exile 2. Then all of a sudden it was bad. Before it was kind of like, I don't like the season, tons of bugs or like that, but D4 bad wasn't really like a thing that was being taunted around until Path of Exile's release, or reveal in a sense. Path of Exile 2's reveal. Now we're back to the D4 bad thing, right? In this case scenario, I actually do think the expansion was okay. I think the season theme was just trash, but the expansion was okay. I'm gonna always have my gripes about how many bugs are in this game, and that kind of, for me, that kind of kills a lot of my enjoyment sometimes. But I think the game is actually in an okay state at the moment. So I definitely cannot get on board with D4 bad just because Path of Exile 2 good, if that makes sense. People, there tends to be no middle ground there, I guess. Need better QA, yes, absolutely. New build. This is just Barrage. If you see Flurry in it, it's not because it's not for damage. It's just for movement. Rogue, Eagle, Ranger, or Mercenary. Which one would I play first? Probably Ranger. I think everybody's trying to play Mercenary, at least from the polls I've been seeing. People want to try out Mercenary, and Ranger looks a bit more agile, so probably more up my alley. Also, Ranger would feel new to me anyways, ish, so. But yeah, in terms of like people like, you know, wasting time commenting on other videos just to say something, I guess I would never understand that either. I trying to find a reason for, like, I guess I try to understand the mindset. Like I can never see myself going to a video or a streamer playing a game that I don't like to tell that streamer that game is bad. Like, I can't see myself legit trying or finding or going into a category of a game I don't like and then picking a streamer or two to go on their stream and say, hey, your game is bad. I don't know or understand the logic behind that. Like, there are games I don't like out there, but I would never take my time out of my day to be like, you know what, I need to let some streamer know or some content creator know that their game is bad. Like I don't understand the appeal. I'll put it that way. Like, is it like a dopamine hit or something, or like what happens? I'm not quite sure. You know, and my thing is just like, if you're doing that, then you're not taking that time to play the game you actually want to play. So when people say, for example, you know, let's just give an example for, you know, D4 bad, right? Let's just use that because, you know, we've heard that all before, right? So D4 bad, and then people say X game is better. Like, you know, for instance, let's say Last Epoch at the time, right? Or it's like Last Epoch is better. I'm like, well, why are you not playing Last Epoch? I don't understand. Like, why are you here talking about a game you don't like instead of playing a game that you do? Like, how does that benefit you in any way, and how does that benefit? I guess I don't understand. Like, I just legit don't understand. You know what? You know, I'm playing. You know, I don't like Wilson right now, right? Like, I'm not gonna go in a category, you know, or someone who might be making content or videos and be like, yo, your game is bad. you know, go play this instead. Like I just don't get the appeal. It's kind of similar to bullying. I think some people just enjoy doing it. Yeah, but I guess even in like my streams though, like I'm not a big enough content creator for you to get enough of arousal for. Like if you're gonna be trolling in that sense to try to get people upset, why not go to a bigger streamer with more viewers? Like that, wouldn't that be worth more of your time? Like why would you go to a streamer who might be averaging 100-ish viewers at any given time instead of a much bigger streamer of like 2,000 or 3,000 viewers to piss them off? Like I don't really know that. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that'd be worth more of your time if the whole point is just like trolling, right? They've been banning those channels? Not really. Not really. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like there was a time frame in Rax's stream or whatever that I literally just could not lurk there anymore because legit Rax couldn't play a game without it being Diablo 4 versus whatever game in his chat. Like there was just so much toxicity from the audience he was drawing at the time from Path of Exile and Last Epoch that I just literally just couldn't like really like lurk in his stream anymore because literally half the conversations was either D4 bad, why are you not playing this game? Isn't this game much better, Rax? You should totally stream Last Epoch full time. I don't understand why you're doing that. Like it's just kind of like those guys don't get banned per se most of the time. They almost become the audience after a certain point. And as a creator, I'm sure that's probably really difficult to balance because obviously, you know, if you're growing and you're getting more people interested, that isn't just your Diablo 4 audience. That's cool, but then you also don't want to cultivate a hate audience either, where it's just everybody is just toxic for, you know, just cause. So it's a delicate balance that, you know, Rax and even DM and stuff like that have to kind of manage. Hate watching, yeah. So like, are we trying to find real answers? No, not really. Not really, Saucy. Not really. It's just more so a conversation, I guess.
I'm not ready yet.
Wilson transmogs were fire. They were, bro. That was like the best part of the game, honestly. Other companies, you know, could learn a thing or two from that, but yeah, they did have some sick transmogs. Isn't that reflective of the individual though? Like your crowd is your crowd. Cause magnetism. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, but I guess because I've known Rax for a while and I've known DM for, you know, for a bit too as well. Like, you know, the crowd that they were attracting, you know, isn't indicative of the kind of streamer that they are, or streamers or content creators that they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, like, you know, if a game or something that you actually kind of enjoy playing, but, you know, a lot of the more, you know, really casual audience who's looking at bigger streamers to watch or whatever is just being toxic, it's kind of hard to pivot from that. Because I'm much smaller, so I never had really that issue. You know, sometimes people come in here and they'll say whatever, and, you know, I'll troll back, or I'll even, like, you know, have fun with the troll. But like, I'll never have a big audience of that, because it just kind of gets boring for them. Because into that either, like you guys won't feel like you guys might entertain it or whatever, but like you guys won't feed into it either. So the troll gets bored. You know. Yo, what just happened? What just happened? Bruh. That was such a huge lag spike. Streamer with more viewers don't reach out. They're probably less easy to rage bait than a smaller creator who wants to engage. Well, yes and no, because a bigger streamer will also have a lot more people saying those things. Like there'd be a lot more people like engaging in the rage bait because there's a lot more people in the stream as well. So it kind of it does kind of work both ways a little bit. Got DDoS by a hater. But that was a huge last fight though. I don't think he had an issue of your opinion being subject to the audience, and the audience wouldn't kick it because you wouldn't pander to it. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the thing. I think they'll end up getting bored here, and it's just like, man, and then they just kind of go elsewhere. Can you see my build? Let's see. Might have to try to do a it's easier to do it this way. There we go. Now I do have Flurry in here. I think Flurry throws people off right now instead of Cow Traps, but I'm legit just using Flurry just for the movement. It's not anything new or crazy tech or anything. It's just getting around faster. That is all. But you don't have to. Welcome to the stream. We love you. Yeah, but I guess I'll say new. I guess the thing too, so I'll say, it's different. I guess it's different. Like in the case of Rax, let's keep in mind like Rax is a full-time streamer, right? So like all 100% of your income is based on content. So like perception of content, perception of the games that you play, perception of who you are as a streamer, etc. Right? In my defense, like if my stream dies tomorrow, or if I can never stream or make videos or content again, like I'll be just fine. Like, I'll be fine in it. And opposite, I'll be fine financially. Put it that way, because I don't make that much money from streaming or, making YouTube videos. So like it'll just be more like, oh well, then I'll just pick up another job elsewhere to do this. Maybe So like, you see what I'm saying? So like, I don't necessarily even have to, pander to the audience at all, period. Because my income isn't based on that. And I'm not saying that, Rex does that. Like, this isn't what I'm saying at all. Rex is usually pretty, honest with his opinions on how he feels about stuff, as well. But in terms of cultivating an audience or having like a chat that can be a bit more toxic because of the state of certain games, can be a little bit harder to manage. Given his size, for sure. I know DM had trouble with it. I spoke with DM a lot actually in the summertime. I think it was. I got a chance to meet him. He's a super cool guy. And like that was one of his concerns. Like was like it's like, man, you play a certain game or you do a certain thing, and like you get all these new people who are kind of coming to your content that you've never seen before because you're growing, and sometimes a lot of that can be toxic and you don't really know what to do because it's like you want to grow but you also don't want to cultivate a specific environment at the same time, but then the game you really like to do or play isn't really giving you isn't really fun for you either. So like you get into this really big funk of it being kind of tough as a creator. Like do you feed into it? Or do you kind of stick to your guns? Do you call it out? Do you but yeah. How excited am I to see the about the armory? Oh, very, very excited. Very, very excited. It's gonna make. I think I'm gonna have a bit more fun in season 7 than I did in season 6. like just the armory change alone is going to allow me to be able to try and do more things. It's going to also make it easier to make build videos, by the way, for those who like me doing build videos, because I can now switch between builds. You know, I can save it. I can like start making builds on the, like ahead of time and save them in the armory. So all I gotta do is just basically click the armory and then like talk about the build, make a video, click the armory, talk about a build, make a video. You know, like so even as a content creator, that's gonna actually be real sweet. But being able to play certain builds for certain content by just being able to switch, it's gonna be great. I can't wait. Like, it's gonna definitely extend, like, you know, give a teeny bit more longevity to a season, if, you know, even if there is nothing else that's there, just because simply I can play more builds without having to, you know, take forever to respec. You'd be very disappointed, but it's not gonna change your life. You might not be able to buy that Honda Civic. I wish him the best. That crowd is hella toxic when I was in there. Yeah, it can be, but again, like I said, like, you know, he's getting the bulk of that, you know, more casualist audience that, you know, are generally looking for like the next big streamer's opinion on something, and like, you know, kind of trying to be part of the it crew. Like when you go and you know, when people go to streamers or streams that they normally don't go to, or whatever like that, but they see has a pretty big audience and it's a topic that you would want to discuss or want to be in, people want to be in the in crowd, you know. So like people who normally don't even watch Rax might, you know, jump and enjoy him because now he's in the Path of Exile category doing Path of Exile things, and it's kind of like, oh, this is my opportunity to kind of, you know, feel like I'm part of the crowd, part of the, you know, the whatchamacallit, and they might be coming with their own set of opinions and things that you know, you normally don't see in his normal audience, right? So Jay be disappointed if it's not gonna change their life. Yeah. Now I get what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. We make decisions that were similar. Yeah, pretty much. You having to guide your content based on the base versus the base because you love what you do. That's always a tough thing, man. As a person who sees all creation as a form of art, it's best expressed through the artist and not through the observer. That can be tough. It's really hard, man. It's really, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, even as somebody who doesn't like live off content creation, like I for me, it's still, you know, mostly a fun thing. I mean, there is some income obviously that comes in, and the income can be, you know, quite good sometimes, even for someone of my size at like the beginning of the seasons. Like, you know, it can be pretty good. Or whatnot. Overall, obviously, it's not something I can live off of, but like, you know, but I'm still in that, you know, space where I can kind of, you know, do what I want to do, and like my, you know, financials aren't greatly impacted, or, you know, that like that kind of thing. But it's tough because I mean, I think any content creator, whether you rely on it full time or not, you do want to grow. Like, you do want to, you know, have more of an audience, get like more of a reach or whatnot. Like, I don't think I ever want to be like the size of Asmongold or even like I think Rax's size will still be a little bit big, like too big for me. I like being able to like see my chat and talk to people. And if there's too many people chatting, I can't respond to people. So it becomes less personal. You know what I mean? So like, there is a point where I just don't want my chat to just legit be Shroud's chat. I can't imagine not interacting with my chat. Like, that would be really, really weird. What is TB? Twisting Blades. Did they make the patch? You said patch SC proc life lucky hit chance. Oh, Shadow Clone proc lucky hit chance. Gotcha. What do I think about this change? I think Shadow Clone is gonna actually be like actually good for once, and I'm I'm actually excited to see and witness Shadow Clone actually dealing some actual damage. And the fact that it can prop like he hit means that all victimized builds will use Shadow Clone as a base. Join your party. You say you're running pits. I'm actually trying to farm Masterworking mats. Sorry, and pits don't give me Masterworking mats, so I need OBDs, man, so I can make a different build. Pit doesn't give me that. About the size of Asmongold with me playing games and where you can sit there and do React content. Yeah. So what would you do if I get 1,000 viewers chatting all over the place? So there has been some times where I've actually have like reached the 1K mark in a single stream that wasn't a raid. I think it happened twice. Actually, there was one point I actually almost had 10,000 viewers, almost. But that was because I was on the front page of Twitch, so that was like, you know, obviously boosted quite a bit. But anyways, like, yeah, I mean, like I said, like I think if I put it this way, like I would say a good number for me in terms of being able to manage the stream and the chat and be able to still chat and stuff, be like somewhere between 400 to 500 viewers, like average or whatever. I think that's like honestly like a good size to where I could still be personal enough. And I don't mean like, you know, 400 to 500 viewers where people are kind of like just, you know, casually coming in and whatnot, but like, you know, we're talking about like mainstays or whatever. I think that's enough to kind of like still be personal, but also, you know, like where now like it like you can feel the growth. So you get more OB material from dungeons. Well, yeah, you don't get any OB materials at all from pits, which is why you don't see me do pits in the recent. So like if I'm making builds or I'm trying to switch to a different build, my Masterworking master is like the bottleneck for me, so I can't really do pits because they don't give me that material. Sausage new with, what is that, 10 gifted subs? Sir, you didn't have to do that. But I do appreciate you, but you didn't have to do that. When drops aren't on, right? Because drops inflates everyone's numbers. Yeah. Well, yeah. When there's no drops. I think was it season 5? I think it was season 5. I think it was season 5. Yeah, there were like a couple of streams where like I was like up real late, and like my view count just kept going up and up and up. I'm just like, I don't understand how I was even getting like. I even talked about it on the stream. I'm just like, why am I climbing up to 700 views, 800 views, 900 views right now? It was like 4 in the morning for me, but like no raid or anything. It was just climbing and just kept climbing. I'm just like, I'm not understanding what's happening right then. In front of horse better for everybody's for the time it takes, not really. But Nightmare Dungeons you can usually get about a little over 1,000, maybe 2,000, but you gotta do a full clear. So like if you just go and you rush to the objective, then you're gonna get less. So you want to do a full clear, like kill everything. The refinement tribute, yeah, that's true. That's also very good. But it also depends on the Nightmare Dungeon too. Like there are some bad Nightmare Dungeons, right? Non-dense ones. Like if I can get Murchie's Reach, that'd be like ideal. Champion's Demise is really good. Surratt's Lair. Those kind of things. Yeah, right now is I have to masterwork, so at 19K. I think I started off with about like 6K or 7K this stream. And I haven't really been the most efficient with it either, but this hasn't been bad. Hold on to that. Nahatu Nightmare Dungeons are like, I like them visually. Like I like Nahatu dungeons visually. I think they look amazing. I hate the amount of like corridors and like multiple ways you can go in a sense, because I end up just backtracking a lot. So I feel like there's way more backtracking in those dungeons, even if there is more to kill. And when I'm trying to farm for Masterworking materials, like I don't really want to do it. Now, if I'm just doing it just for the sake of doing it, like I don't really need it, but I just kind of, you know, just for like doing the content or whatever, then yeah, I don't mind those dungeons then, but I think I need different pants too, don't I? For twisting blades. I gotta get the blades return faster. Same thing for like utility, I think, on pants. Probably need it on gloves too, right? Do I even have a twisting blades glove? I think I probably do. Yeah, I'm gonna need more mats for sure. I forgot that there's actually a lot for me to masterwork. Is Nightmare Dungeons better than Horrors for OBDs? Most Nightmare Dungeons I would say so, yes. Horrors can be a toss-up. You know, like if you get good boons or whatever, then you can get a crazy amount if you just put all of your Aether into the, you know, the mats or whatever, right? But I would say Nightmare Dungeons are a little more consistent than Horrors in terms of the amount, you know, you're gonna get per hour, but which is also why I think that they really need to balance or look at the boons and hordes, because they're so not balanced at all. I love the game type. It's like my favorite game type to play actually, but man, they're not balanced at all. Nightmare Dungeon as a whole has gotten way better compared to early. Oh yeah, it is a nightmare. It is a night and day difference in terms of the layouts for sure. They came a long way with that. Conduit Shrine is still bad, by the way. Either that or the barrier is just making it much harder than it should be. Conduit is still a meme, yes. Very much so. Nothing's worth this than to aim this gate stop it. Yeah, dude, that is, I don't know. Like these events right here are actually really good for stuffs. More so towards the end though, like the actual mods don't really give as much, but the chest does. Is an okay amount. I tried to banish Flurry build. You mean the overpower build? The overpower Flurry build? I have not. It just doesn't really interest me, to be honest. I actually prefer regular Flurry. Just the way it plays, even though it's weaker, obviously, but I just prefer the playstyle of regular Flurry to that. And I guess since I'm someone who doesn't really push at all, really, I just don't like the activity. You know, I don't necessarily have to play a stronger build that I don't like the mechanics for, if that makes sense. So I can avoid builds like that if I don't, since I'm not doing that type of content. Spire Exile for 2 plus 2 8. Yeah, I mean, they I wonder what they're gonna really do. So like, I will say that I really like the campfire chat for season 7. I thought it was, you know, good overall, like straight W's all around. What I didn't like was just, again, they didn't really give us any information about updated systems or what they're gonna do for Pit or Infernal Wars or Dark City or anything like that. Like they didn't like say anything. Now there might be stuff in the patch notes, who knows? But like they didn't legit say anything in the stream at all about any of that content, which I think is, in my opinion, not a good thing. Because I actually think most of the systems or most of the in-game activities have a solid base, meaning like there's potential for it to be really good. I think they just have to get it there, and obviously fix bugs. But like I know I keep saying I hate pits, but I don't mind farming pits in general at all. But there's still so much they can do with that to make that a better experience overall. In front of Hordes, I like a lot, but they still can do a lot better with that. Dark Citadel, again, you know, can do more with that. Curax Undercity can be, I think, making it to where we're actually worried about running out of time, but make the rewards better. That kind of thing. Fortunate for Blitz, I get a month long taste of something else with that to make that too. Yeah. In my opinion, I do think the early access is like the early access drop is a very good time. For me at least. Although I do wish the PTR would have dropped a little earlier than the 3rd of December, because that's gonna give me very little time to, like, I'm gonna have to really like binge the PTR a lot to get all the information I need to get from the PTR. I gotta binge the crap out of it. But the problem is that binging that in almost 3 days means that once Path of Exile 2 early access comes out, I'm probably gonna be binging that too, and it's gonna be a hell of a long week. Like, such a long week. I'm gonna get like no sleep before Path of Exile too. Oh, that works with that. Mike. Find the shifting in the outside video, so I'm just holding down shift and right click, auto spin, death trap flurry. Makes sense. I have a leaderboard for each class team is D3. I just don't think that. I honestly just don't. I personally, and I know this might not be a popular opinion, but I'd rather not leaderboards be attached to pit. To be honest with you, it'd be nice to have a different way of doing leaderboards or different way of testing our gear threshold other than how it was in Diablo 3. Because attaching leaderboards to pits inside the game just makes it feel like a watered down greater riff experience from Diablo 3. It's the same thing that you did then. You fish for the easiest maps, you fish for the easiest boss, you know, and do that for hundreds of hours for a single clear. I'm just kind of over that. Maybe just because I've done it so much in Diablo 3 that I'm just sick and tired of it. But like, I feel like I don't think D4 should continue the competitive experience in Diablo 3 or from Diablo 3. I feel like they need to come up with something more unique. What I think of the buffs on Rogue? You mean the mid-season patch or season 7? Also appreciate the follow. What's the difference between your Barrage build and the one on Maxroll? It's I mean, there's no cow traps basically, so cow traps would be here usually. But I'm doing Flurry for more movement. Literally, that's it. Now, if I was doing pits, I probably would do cow traps instead. But because I'm doing Nightmare Dungeons, I want the movement speed. So that's all. I agree, but I just don't expect that much out of Diablo from what we've been given and not given so far. That's a fair assessment. Yeah. Last PTR turned into everyone just spamming mythics out of boxes. Yeah, well, I definitely have to play PTR. It's legit part of my contract for Maxroll. I can't skip PTR. But I don't have to play PTR the entire time, but I do have to play enough to get an idea of what's coming and have a fresh line of how to write guys or how to base guys or write guys based on the information that we had gotten from PTR. So yeah, ever since the Andariel's build, it's like I find it really hard to play without Flurry in almost any setup because the movement, like just getting around, just makes it so like seamless. For Andariel's next. Oh yeah, yo, Andariel's is gonna hit like a truck next season, man. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, Shadow Clone is gonna steal the show because Shadow Clone is gonna, you know, hopefully actually be good now, right? So Shadow Clone is gonna get it's gonna steal the show, but I think Andariel's is going to like Andariel's is gonna be extremely strong next season. Even if it's not like the popular flavor of the PTR type ordeal thing, which understandably so. Again, I'll be doing a little bit of everything. Just curious how Shadow Clone will be. Well, I mean, if it actually takes your damage into consideration, where it's doing like closer to the portion of the damage it's supposed to, Shadow Clone would be in most builds. Really, there'll be almost no. It'll almost be to the point where there's almost no reason to not use Shadow Clone if it's actually getting the buffs that it's supposed to get, like from your character and the aspects and stuff. So I think this was what they were trying to avoid initially, Shadow Clone being by far the best thing and having be in every build. But I think they're finally allowing us to actually play around with Shadow Clone for once, and you know, I guess I'm here for it, I guess. I try random rails so like I was proccing precision every 2 random rails and alternating flurry random rails. Yeah, pretty much. That's accurate. You're not gonna get it every cast. But when you're speed farming, you're gonna almost always get it on the first cast because you're using flurry to get around anyway. So by the time you reach a pack, you should already almost be stacked with precision anyway. So your first cast of random arrows on a new target in a speed situation should almost always have precision stacks on it. Mid-season, I'm trying to make a Rogue West best build for farm horrors, nightmare dungeons. There's a lot of builds honestly you can do. I would say Dance of Knives would fit that build. In terms of like really easy, really quick nightmare dungeons, hordes type thing. Barrage is really good for that too, honestly. Heartseeker is actually pretty decent for what you mentioned too. There's just a lot of builds that are for speed farming, Rogue does really well. In general. Does attack speed, stat speed up the Renovail's animation? Sort of, yeah. Do I have a speed farm build for Rogue? Well, I mean, so if you do exclamation mark builds, is it Honey? Did I say that right? Or Huni? Huni? Yeah. So do exclamation mark builds. Basically like almost like I said, almost every Rogue build with the exception of Rapid Fire would be considered speed farm builds as well. Like they work for speed farming. Renovails felt strong, but the thing with leaving the pack before they blow up also felt counterintuitive with me. I don't know why, but I can't trust my damage until I see the numbers blow up. I used to be that way too. I think after a certain point, you kind of get used to it. Like you start to like really understand your power, I guess, and then you can do that. But like initially, no. Like initially, I was from the same way. Like I always kept going back, always kept backtracking. The rapid fires for pits, for pushing pits, not farming pits. There's a difference between the two. So again, if you're just trying to farm or speed farm, like pits, or all content basically, then like I would choose any build but rapid fire. If you're trying to push as high as you possibly can, like actually pushing, like, you know, fishing, spending, you know, many hours on a single clear, trying to get Spiritborn type ordeal, leaving maps, then rapid fire is your best bet. Rapid fire, overpower flurry, Renovails, or poison TB will be your top 4 push builds. For that particular content.
Need more time. 'Cause I 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 need more time. 'C
Renovirus feels amazing horse. It does. It does. So no hope for pin shot. Not for pushing, no. You can speed farm right there if you want, though. I just feel like it's kind of easier to speed farm with something that doesn't require you to line things up or pull. But you certainly can speed farm with pin shot. I'll see how much Masterworking materials I have, and then I'll start trying to put the pieces together. Just hoping they rework Banished Lords or gets removed from the item pool season 7. Way too many builds use it, and I'd like diversity. I don't see how Blizzard can easily design around it as is. I mean, I guess they could just change the formula of how overpower works with life and stuff. But I guess changing the amulet would be a little easier. Am I busy? I'm farming for mats. But outside of that, that's it. Why was that? I got your message. I meant to just to send you a link, but I totally forgot. Basically, I mean, I would just use craft these mercs, the ones that he chooses for pushing. Subo and Rahir, I believe. There are runes that throw stun grenade. Didn't it say that unique powers value would be based off of how many GAs or no? No. Not the unique powers. Well, yeah. Okay, so like in terms of like the minimum roll, yes. Like if you got like a 3 GA unique, then the minimum roll of the unique range would be higher. Which I think would be a really good change. Is that because you was lost on that? What time is it? It's just 2:23. Alright. 2:25. I'm trying to hurry up and get these get enough materials to Masterwork so I can actually play TB tonight. So the GA just gave another chance for the game to roll unique aspect value and take the higher value. No, we're talking about like next season. They're making a change next season for it. I can't send any whisper which not added to your friends list. That might be I guess who are you trying to whisper? CMD. They could either have their profile offline or something like that, meaning that you can't whisper them if their status is offline. Other than that, I would just like leave the game, you know, or turn the game off, cut it back on, kind of thing. For trade, yeah. So, sorry, for trade, just exit Diablo and then boot the game up again. Sometimes that actually works it. You can't find a build that I'm using. What do you mean you can't find a build? Like the Barrage build on Maxroll literally is this build. I know you see like maybe 1 or 2 skills that are different, but the playstyle is the exact same. I made choices to do basically the same thing, but because I know you see Death Trap here, right, instead, and then of course Cow Traps instead of Flurry. But instead of Death Trap, I'm using Vortex Rune for the pull. But it does the exact same thing. And instead of Cow Traps, I use Flurry for movement speed because I'm trying to zip around a little bit faster. But the build is the exact same thing. Sometimes people like see a skill and think it's a whole different build, but if you look at the video, or whatever like that, you see it's played the exact same way. In fact, you know what? Let's do that, so you can legit see that it's really the same thing. So. All right. I guess I'll throw Cow Traps instead of Flurry, but I have poison the Cow Traps and I wasn't even using it still. Death Trap here. Yeah, and it's kind of really it. Yep. All right. Elixir on there. What's TB? Twisting Blades. Sato, have you started pushing yet or anything, or? Wait a minute. Oops. No, my pitching looked a bit hard. Should be a little easier this patch though. Probably not possible last patch, but with the changes, since Rapid Fire got like roughly a 5-tier buff, should be feasible. I gotta turn the thing in, the stones in. But yeah, as you can see, it's legit the same thing. It plays the same way. I'm not as agile because I have cow traps on. I don't really need cow traps for this particular content. for the speed content, but like for pizza, I definitely would want it. For Inferno Horrors, I'd want content, cow traps. But for Nightmare Dungeons, it doesn't really do anything. The stuff just dies too fast for cow traps. Maxroll Summary doesn't have the comment about unique quality of life upgrade in the campfire. I have to rewatch it, guys. What do you want to know again about it? I mean, the only thing that they're really saying is legit. The more GAs that roll on the unique, the higher the minimum roll of that unique, if that makes sense. Whereas right now, like you can get a Fist of Fate, a 4 GA Fist of Fate, and still roll like, you know, like 200% on the unique or whatever, which is awful. So next season that won't be the case. Yeah, that's all it is. Cause like that was the problem in general. Like you can get, it just feels bad when you get, you know, multiple GAs and then your unique roll is just like awful, like horrid. So they're trying to address that. No more bugs, Sada, bro. I've been speaking about that for God knows how long in my streams. I talk about that on like legit a daily basis here. Thank you for your patience, yeah, man. You're welcome. So it could still technically be a 200% awful luck. Yeah. So I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that happens way more often. It's not just awful luck. Like it happens considerably more often than like the specified. Well, it happens more often than you would think. I'll put it that way. Probably the easiest way to determine that. I don't know the actual math behind it, but it's supposed to be more rare, but that's not the case. At all. I can just say, even just from my experiences, like I've got multiple G items and I will end up getting real low roll on the unique aspect of it. And it's just like, but when you saw the elixir anti-venom bug, you almost uninstalled the game. Bro, that bug, honestly, I think I was in favor of just leaving it. And that's probably just like the weirdest thing for me, like for me of all people to say. But like considering that they left Spiritborn alone and like there's no bugs in the game that's going to be able to match what Spiritborn's bugs are capable of doing, then like what's the point at the end of the day? Might as well just leave everything as is. If that's how you're gonna do it. So I was just kind of just throwing my hands in the air and just like, you know what? I mean, it's, you know, the season itself has already been like tarnished as it is. What does it matter if something else is bugged? At this point, right? I'm out of space again. Okay, how many masks do I have now? Hold on. 24K. That may not be enough, but I guess we can start. So, I guess we'll start with these 3. Oh, I'm not going for perfection, but it needs to twice. Okay, so I guess it can roll on Dark Shroud or a Dex or a chance Twisting Blaze to hit, and I think I'd be okay. I just sort of makes sure your eyes bleed. Actually, it's really not that bad now. I mean, considering that my stash is actually like, at least here is bad. Yeah, like all this is bad. Yes, I probably should do something like that or whatever. But like, at least my stash is like all, or like, you know, weapons, armor, runes, boss mass, I guess, jewelry, and then best and slash. So this is the gear that I actually use, I guess. Yeah. All this stuff here, yeah, it's pretty awful. Alright, Masterworking, here we go. So I'm keeping up with the NBA, so many stars getting injured. I'm on and off with it, man. It's been kind of hard keeping up with a lot of different things. Bro, stop rolling everything I don't want. Who else got injured? Or I guess what's the injury update now? Vulnerable damage. Maximum life. Just for Dark Shroud, fine. Dex is fine. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it that way. Kind of want more the Twisting Blaze thing, but that's fine. We're not gonna be too picky. Already spent a third of my mats already. PG is out. Oh yeah, well, PG was one of the first ones to be out. Right, that was not, I won't say comical, but you know what I mean. Just Mr. Rocky, pushing my 15 and see what your problem is. I'm still really bad on the build. Your rune choices also. Like I said, I would totally look exactly how Crafty is doing it. But like playing rapid fire at the highest level just feels awful to play. The things you got to do to play that build just feels awful. You know, the spamming of potions, the trying to get Cax Rune to work when you want it to. There's just so much RNG involved, man, that it just feels awful to play. Okay, that's probably the best I'm gonna be able to do. I only have AK this left. Bro, I go through this. I go through so much of this so quickly. And I'm pretty much out of masterwork materials, right? I got 2K left. Oh man. All right, so at least my weapons are masterworked, but that's it. That's all I can do. And I still gotta do like pants and glove. I thought I had a TB glove. Do I not have a TB glove? I swear I had one. No, I guess I don't. I swear I did. All right, well, I guess what I could do is actually, you know what I can do, or maybe let's see. I have a core skills glove. I roll crit damage on that. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, so I do have a chance to reroll stuff here. Okay. So I can just kind of just reuse that glove. Okay, that works. I'm not using fists. Probably not at first, because I don't really have many. Like with this setup, I wouldn't have like a lot of twisting blades ranks, whatever. So I'll probably do both. Like I'll try with regular gloves first, and then I'll do Fist of Fate. See which one I like better. But okay, so we'll have to change the offensive to damage per dark shroud. Not what I wanted.
My hammer sings on your return.
Oof. Come on. There we go. Alright, and then I gotta do Twisting Blades returns faster. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. There it is. Okay, cool. That's part of the reason why I wanted a regular glove. Okay, so we got our regular glove now. We'll just put it right there. Pants. I guess I could do returning blaze faster on like a boot. As well. Which might be the better idea, considering that I'm probably not gonna really want to be able to change the pants or whatever. I have no way to freeze though. Just thought about that. I almost probably have to go. When I think about it, I probably have to go. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might actually have to go Fist of Fate then. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to try to like land some utilities on some places, which means that I have to change this boot though. 2 tempers left on this boot.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return
Yeah.
soon.
I guess that's fine. Yes. This isn't like my main boot, is it? No. Wait, what's this? What's this boot for? I think this is a test boot. I think. So we'll just do it. We'll mess with this one then. There we go. So we can get the. Because it already has Masterworkings on it, so I guess that works. All right, I guess we might actually be able to put it together now. We can just kind of just use that. All right, so yeah, I guess we can throw the stuff in now. Should they add the mini dash to TB as well? Honestly, I just feel I honestly just feels like TB just needs to have like I don't know. I feel like TB just needs better like considerably better single target damage. The fact that you're stabbing a target with both daggers or both swords or whatever, it just feels so weak for what the visual looks like. And the fact that you have to get real closer than any other skill, it should just have more oomph to it because you have to get closer. So I feel like, in a sense, twist like Flurry makes for the better speed farmer because, like, they're I guess both trying to feel like the same realm. Whereas like if Twist and Blaze was better single target or better chunk damage on the first hit, you can kind of just just stab, and then kind of just move on with the returning blaze part of it. But it is what it is. Can I make a clip of this moment and send it to Docs out of 1 year ago title? Docs out making a TV room. Fair enough. I'm gonna try new builds with close quarters combat. I can get the buff off to 175x with the turf glyph and tempering damage to close everywhere. Yeah, but see, the thing is that with close quarters combat right now, the the glyph itself does not scale multiplicatively like it does for precision builds and victimized builds. So it's actually just a weaker key passive in general. Momentum just ends up being a better choice than close quarters combat, even with the buff, because momentum got buffed too as well. So there really isn't much of a reason to do close quarters combat, honestly. They need to really fix the scaling of it. Where's Pig at? Okay, let's go ahead and swap out the stuffs. Bids. I mean, then I guess amulet too, right? What's my? Do I have a dark shroud amulet? Actually, might not. I don't. So what amulet did I use for stuff like this? I wonder if it was just this. It was probably just this. Which I guess is fine. Just I'm only just testing, so I guess it's okay. I guess we can go with an amulet like this. I could go utility though. How many scrolls do I have left on this? Do I really want to take the risk? On. Okay, but it's sort of been using the item. Okay, never mind. So we're definitely not doing that. I forgot about the whole like no change that they did. Very nice. But I don't go too fast where I'm missing my stuff. No, there's crit damage right there. Oh, there it goes. And same thing here. Yeah, I guess for gym slots, you don't even know. What do I want to do? Crit damage, or do I want to do vulnerable damage? Like, probably I probably would want to move glyphs down here, not glyphs, but runes down here, and then do more dex because my amulet. So we're gonna that change runes for Twisting Blaze here. You kind of want to do plus poison to be missing your amulet, everything, unless you're trying to do an oppo. Yeah, I'm not trying to do a poison. This is more of a speed farming thing. Poison is really kind of awful for speed farming. Parents, what's going on, man? Yeah, I still didn't see your DM on Discord. I may not have. I am sorry. My week / weekend has been absolutely nutty, sir. The amount of housework I did, like I carpeted the garage, I painted the entire garage, I installed a do-it-yourself wall clock, which actually was a lot harder than it looks. And I've been absolutely just like crazy busy in the recent. Okay, so I don't have. Wait, where's my ultimate? No, I don't have an ultimate gem, do I? Make one. So it's diamond. Sad. There we go. Carpet the garage, yeah. Like, yeah. So the wife wants to make it like a space for like workout equipment and things. Possibly like her office or whatever. Like in the future or something. So we don't ever use a garage for like parking the car inside. So it just ended up being like a storage space we never really used for it. So it's kind of like, I guess we can turn it into an extra like space to do things in. Of course, I had to do all the work for that. So, yeah. I wish I can kind of use a different amulet for this. Maybe this one. No, because I'm at the masterwork it. I don't have any masterworking materials right now. I forgot. So do I have one that's already masterworked? I can try to trade in or trade, change. This is for I don't really. All right, I guess we'll have to just kind of live with the whatchamacallit. I was trying to get my Twist and Blaze return faster to be a little higher than that. That's why I was like, you know, I can get on the amulet, but have the students do it for extra credit. Home building and construction 101. Brownlee, what's going on? My garage doesn't have vehicles in it. I have full of tools and all your archery equipment. Yeah. Oh, it's just like, I mean, we just moved into this house like back in what, February, I think. So like, you know, we haven't, you know, had a chance to be able to stock up on a bunch of stuff we don't need and throw it into a garage in a sense. So yeah. All right, I think I might just leave it at that. I'm not gonna mess with it. Okay, so now time to go to the Oculus here. Momentum aspect. I forgot what it's called. Aspect is still bigger. There.
Yo, Dark Side.
Diablo with the
We just got raided, son. You know how we do.
I know what
Drop
time
my
it
new
is.
beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is going on? How's it going?
Diablo 101 raided my stream with 11 views.
I am currently just playing around with what's about to be a just a farming twisting blaze setup, I guess, for fun. I don't really play much twisting blaze in general, but this should be this should be quite fun. And that buff the twisting blaze, like blade dancer is actually quite nice. This is their frostbitten. Alright, so retribution. I guess retribution and conceited, right? I don't think there really is anything else. Cause we got stolen vigor, right? We got a blade dancer, of course. Outside of that, it's just generic buffs. Okay. Let's see if I'm, yeah, okay, I'm overcapped. So we'll throw that in there. Okay, skill tree. Sure, why not? I think, yeah. I'm still gonna use Flurry for movement just because it's so fluid. guess I'll probably have dark. Well, I have to have dark shroud because of the because of the thing. And get rid of that. Also, probably all of these. Just I don't have a chance to be able to proc this anyway. So never mind on that. Go momentum. So I'll throw that one there. You know what? I'll do Shadow Clone for the ultimate. We'll do that. Twisting Blaze here. Flurry here. I guess Flurry can actually proc vulnerable too, right? So I guess that's fine. And then I kind of want to proc Dark Shroud, so we'll need runes for that. We'll do Poc. Poc Mott? Is that what I'm... Yeah. Got Monty on. Actually, I might rather do Monty Mott though. My damage is really based, or my additive damage is based around damage for Dark Shroud. So that could be dangerous. I saw though. Sorry I couldn't do more for you. And the fact that I missed your message. Yeah, good luck on the push, the pushing stuffs. Okay, so skills wise, it looks like we're and except. Oh, yeah, weapon mastery because it now works with that. Maybe not so much in Siphon Strikes. Here, what am I pointing there? I think that's good enough. Oh, I don't need that anymore. Guess we could put it back there. And here. Okay, so that's skill tree, Paragon. I'll have to finagle this a little bit. Oof. Eldritch Bounty is attached as a third board. Man, okay. So I'm gonna have to literally tear. Well, I guess just these two boards here, because exploit is fine. Exploit weakness is fine. Of course, cheap shot is fine. So I guess it's just a matter of tearing down these two boards. So I guess what would I want though? I guess what trick shot, tricks of the trade instead of Eldritch Bounty. Am I going to play POE 2 early access? Yep. I have every intent on it. So we'll go to I guess we'll just do tricks of the trade first. How do you snapshot with Dance of Nuds? There's several things you can snapshot. Each one requires kind of I'm gonna say a different approach, but basically you have to like establish the buffs first and then use the skill. So therefore the skill holds on to the buff, aka snapshotting. Okay, so actually, you know what I can do? Let me take a look at my Invigorating Strike Paragon board. Oh, well, never mind, because I actually had Shadow Imbuement in there. So I didn't have Tricks of the Trade. Alright, so I'm gonna have to wing this. Like wing it. Control. Devious. Headhunter. So all those can stay. I guess Fluidity, and then trying to think of what else. I guess we are doing physical, so I guess Chip is fine. Chip and Chip and Fluidity probably be the best bet. So I'm gonna need Fluidity for no witness, so Chip we need to go here. Okay. Devious control. Okay, yeah, it should be pretty easy. This doesn't have to be perfect, of course, because I appreciate the follow. Okay, all my decks is down here. Sure, we'll pick up some cutthroat damage, but so that give me 35 decks. Okay, so that hit me right at 40 decks. What am I doing today? Twisting Blaze. I'm not doing Poison and Butte now. If I'm gonna do Poison and Blue, I might as well do alchemical admixture. The whole part of the reason why I'm doing this is to offer a different perspective on Twisting Blaze outside of Poison, because we already have like the Poison build is already out there, but there aren't many non-Poison Twisting Blaze setups or whatever, or non-alchemical admixture direct damage Twisting Blaze out there. So not to mention I don't really too much care for Poison builds anyways personally. Will it be as strong as alchemical admixture? No, like definitely not. But for the purpose of speed farming, this might just be just fine. I guess we can go up, right? Because I don't have to take anything around here. I guess the damage versus distance actually, or the damage reduction distant enemies would be nice to have actually. And it's kind of free. Might as well take it. And we'll do no witness here. in this case scenario, I can kind of follow my other previous Paragon board. So we'll do fluidity. I do win willpower no matter what. And I saved 23 points. So I guess I can just throw random stuff on here. Damage, 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 damage. Okay, we'll throw some armor on there. Damage. Some marksman damage. I can't really take anything else other than just like throwing more decks here, which I guess is fine because I do have that amulet. So probably maxing out my decks is a good idea. Facts. Okay, that spends on my points. Cool. All right, I think we actually have a TB build, ish. Say ish. Phil, Mike, what's going on? If only alchemical admixture was a buff to elemental damage and not imbued, it'd be 100 times better and open the possibility to build so many different specs. I agree. I 100% agree. What's keeping you from playing despite all the dips and bugs that are out of control or anything that might motivate me from playing? So honestly, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. If I wasn't a content creator or if I wasn't streaming, making builds or part of Maxroll or whatever, like I'd play like maybe the first 2 or 3 weeks of a season and then that's kind of it. Because I have less motivation to do more than just try like maybe like 2 or 3 rogue builds that I like or whatever, and then that's kind of it. And then I just stop playing. But because now I have a community and it's fun to explore builds with the community and try new things I normally probably wouldn't try that I think the community would like to see or whatnot. Extends the life of a season way longer than I normally would be playing. So it's hard for me to equate my experiences with your experiences. That makes sense. Just because like I have more incentives to keep doing things, if that makes sense, versus someone who isn't in my position. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that is it. Go to key overshed. Hit the training dummy, make sure we're not missing anything like crazy. You expect the honest answer? Yeah, man. I mean, I guess like I said, I mean, like games like these and stuff like that, there's only but so much seasonal content that I can kind of like, go through. But yeah, I mean, I honestly sometimes I'm surprised people play as long as they do throughout a season. Like up to this point that aren't like content creators or blasters or like those kind of things, because you have less motivation to do it than I do in a sense, other than you just liking the game, right? So or maybe you could be playing it because your favorite content creator is also playing it, so maybe you're kind of like on the a similar journey path or whatever, so there's that too. So different motivational factors. Like generally speaking, I wouldn't even bother with playing Twisting Blades, honestly. Like in most cases, if it wasn't for the fact that I think some people really want to see a Twisting Blades build, but like on my own, I probably would have never bothered. My God, I keep forgetting how low the lucky hit chance is on Twisting Blades. Holy! All right, we're gonna have to. I might actually need Invigorating Strike. Not Invigorating Strike. I mean, I guess like that kind of fixed it. I might have to go Resourceful Elixir though. Yes, I probably couldn't even go regular gloves anyway, even if I wanted to. I can barely kind of keep it up now. Okay. I believe that is it. I think we just go. They just are making it hard for me to play the game. I'm also like upset about the dupes and the bugs and stuff like that. I talk about bugs every stream. I don't know if like how often that you're here per se, but I talk about the game bugs and how like they really kind of upset me quite a bit, and why I think it's really bad for the game to have for the for as many bugs to creep up every single season, and then most of it's not really taken care of or whatnot. But yeah, literally every time. What crit numbers are supposed to be viable for a rogue in any build? It's kind of hard to say because every build is kind of different. I mean, ideally, you want to see your damage in the billions or low billions, but ideally, I'll put it that way. Well, this is fun. I don't really have a great way of proccing vulnerable outside of my flurry dash kind of thing. I don't really have a good way of doing that, honestly. Guys, wishes for season 7, season of the bugless. Pretty much. Ron Perlman. I guess my thing is that when it comes to bugs like that, I mean, I think they really need to treat it all the same way. Like either you're gonna attack the bugs, as they come out and try to have a balanced game of some sort, or you just leave it all alone, kind of thing. POE 2 login soon. Well, I can't log in any sooner than anyone else. You know, December 6th, of course. So when that comes around, I'll be trying to game out. But yeah. We appreciate the follow. I hope they give rogues a better way of bossing games instead of relying on stagger. Bro, I think honestly it's more so the fact that like I think the stagger mechanics really needs looking at, in my opinion. I think they need to do something about the stagger. Like just take a pass at that again. You know, do like find like a better, less punishing way to prevent us from just stacking crowd control, I guess you could say. I don't mind that it's there, but I just think it's way too punishing in this current state, considering how much the health that, you know, the bosses generally have. It's much more apparent on Rogue. Yeah, Rogue and Sork, kind of, yeah, for sure. It's annoying. It's very annoying, especially, you know, with trick attacks working the way that it does. Yeah, but this is a lot of fun. Not gonna lie, this is this feels fluid. Obviously, I don't have like a wide range of AOE, but it's been a while since I played Flurry, and of course, not Flurry, sorry, Fist and Blaze, and that's before the Flurry dash thing. But having the Flurry dash thing, being able to like kind of go from different enemies or whatever, and use the returning blaze part of things, actually kind of feels really good. Why'd I come back down here, bro? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna see like really big numbers on Twisting Blades or like that, but it does hit several times with Blade Dancer and things. So, I'm not gonna see like singular hits in the, you know, low billions or whatever. But collectively, you know, a single attack with the Returning Blaze and Blade Dancer should be able to hit in that range as a complete skill. It looks fun though. This is actually quite fun. Since I do have kind of name list, let's see what my boss damage looks like. Did I try overpower Flurry? Nah, I don't like the playstyle. And I'll never have the gear, the proper gear to ever actually play something like that. When season 7 come out for live? January, like January 20th, I think, somewhere around that range. It's a while from now. Okay. I'm gonna actually do some pit, I guess. How do I feel on like a 75 with this? Considering I'm not doing poison. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. Crap. I just realized something. How the hell do I proc tricks of the trade? I honestly didn't even think about that. Crap. Alright. There's a quick fix to that, honestly. I could just go with Rain of Arrows, not procs. That gives me the marksman skill. I could change. Trying to figure out like a non-intrusive way of doing it. No way you can constantly use rain. Well, I could if I was to remove Starless Skies, but then I wouldn't be able to spam TB though. Speaking of which, I had the wrong ring anyway. I had the wrong Starless Skies. But then at the same time though, I mean the Shadow Clone isn't really doing anything for me other than like giving me an unstoppable. So like at least Rain will at least activate it sometimes. Man, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like really think about this for a sec. Cause I literally didn't even think about it. I could technically go sharpshooter on the boots, which would give me a lot of cow traps to shoot marksman projectiles, which does proc that. But that's also just losing 20% damage, which is roughly the same bonus as trick attacks or tricks of the trade. So it's kind of like I'm just trading off, if that makes sense. I will say that this board is kind of on the side, so I guess I can kind of just go with a different board in general. But I guess what else would I want to go? That would be kind of worth it. I could go with ambush, but I really don't want to do Yeah, I probably do. Ambush is probably the play, honestly, because otherwise I'm gonna have to like go some jank that I don't want to do just to make it work. Like, the whole idea is for the build to feel good, not to. Yeah, I hate ambush too, man. I hate that board with a passion. Speaking of which, I should don't know why I did fluidity here. I could have did pride. I forgot all about pride. Actually, where is pride glyph? Feeder. There it is, pride. This gives me a better ultimate damage anyways. 22 strength. There we go. I can just do that and we're Gucci. Okay. But anyways, yeah. So we're gonna have to go deadly ambush is really it. Do I have a planner for the invigorating build I did? I do. In fact, I actually have it up. um, I haven't made any changes to it in like the past like roughly a month though. But so just kind of keep that in mind. But it still should function the same way even after the patch. Yeah, so I guess I could do fluidity instead of chip though. This is still 10% and 10%, and so is fluidity. But fluidity gives me no, let's just do chip because it's a dex. Well, fluidity is dex too as well. I don't know. That energy regen might actually be pretty helpful considering that I do kind of struggle with that a little bit. Now we'll get your chip. Even though chip is an awful glyph to have here as board, but whatever. At 35. Okay, so I got one more. Try to reach for 40. There you go. Just stack up. I actually could have just went this way or this way instead. Oh well, I don't care. Literally matters not at all whatsoever. And not trap damage. Got all these extra points too. Why do I have all these extra points when I didn't on the previous board? I guess we can just stock up on headhunter decks, which just makes more sense probably. This song always trips me out, man. Okay. I guess I'll take as much decks as I possibly can here too. At least with 11 points, but I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Unless I try to like, oh, there's decks here for Devious, I guess. From Devious. Cliff, okay. Stock up on decks. Yeah, good enough. Alright, so that fixes that problem. Unfortunately, I would have liked to use the other board, but it kind of is what it is. Alright, let's see how the 75 feels. We refine some decent pit fighter goal. I mean, he's got decent synergy with False Death. Do you think not pairing it with PR from Shaco gives some space to some shenanigans? Well, pit fighter's goal would be great for a grenade build. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the point of it. They reduce the cooldown of smoke grenade in general, and then they buff pit fighter's goal, like the unique affix. So like I think they really want us to spam grenades actually. Am I gonna play PoE too? Yeah, I am. Starless Guys for Gambit work? No, just Starless Guys because it's good. Mika. I don't mind people asking. It's all good. Especially since the fact that like people usually don't see me play too many different types of games, so it's a legitimate question. I hate having to use trash for my damage. Are you kidding me? Like, What's happening? Pick up my paper like a stack and win. Champagne bottle life. The gameplay is pretty fun though of this. Although I probably should skip the trash though. Or stab a few and then like run. Ruth. Bad pit boss. Oh, that's right, I can't upgrade any glyphs. I wonder if I also try to go for a pole instead. Maybe do instead of Shadow Clone, I do a pole, or I go Vortex instead of Warcry. I am a group.
Like a true warrior.
Don't bend them. Okay. Because if we don't have a lot of AoE, I think trying to drag them in would kind of help a bit. We'll do the same thing. I'm also not able to get my Dark Shroud buff up enough. I'm realizing too. Like, I'm sitting at 1 Shroud right now still. 2 Shrouds. So like I'm really not even getting any real benefit out of the dance for Dark Shroud right now. It feels like. So I'll probably just pick a different rune for it, so I can get up faster. Yeah, I don't think I had any more than like 2 shrouds or 3 shrouds this entire time. The last run I had my shrouds up quite a bit. I wonder what changed. I have not kept up. So like yeah. So all of my dark shroud temperatures are not doing anything this run, but it was last run. Dehydrate, I got you. Because this made it take way longer than it should have. That's like so much additive damage I'm missing out on. Chatbot. Probably. Considering how much distance I'm covering, maybe. Or actually, I think Monty is probably the best bet still. Not still, but I think Monty makes the most sense here. Considering I'm always moving. Monty gives the biggest benefit there. I could probably do Bach for like Warcry. Something. Does cutthroat high speed temper add 2-second bucket for non-cutthroat abilities? Actually, I don't know. But I mean, you wouldn't be able to use it though. And it doesn't increase that's a nice cap if that's what you're wondering. Just for like damage in general. Okay, so let's do just put Bach in there, and then we'll do. Where's Monty at? There we go. So let's drop. Put Bach money here. We'll go back to Warcry for a bit. We're gonna try CQC Heartseeker. I actually did already, like about a week ago, a week and some change ago. I did, but it was before the patch though. But conclusion was like it was best to just do like a damage Heartseeker and then like legit just throw in Victimize. Like don't not even build around Victimize, just legit just have it as a key passive over close quarters combat at that point. It was kind of depressing. The buffs to it right now isn't enough to change that fact, unfortunately. So you saw it, man. You said it's decent now. What changed, other than like close quarters combat going from 15% to 25%? Are you going with are you using Pain Gorgers as well? Not worth. You have GA there. I don't know. Like so, like the reason why I said Pain Gorgers is because adaptability now works for Pain Gorgers, whereas it didn't before, and that's like a pretty huge buff actually. Granted, Pain Gorger still has problems, but the fact that now it adaptability works with it, whereas it didn't before, might give a little bit more oomph to that, but now when you say like 85 is consistently on Heartseeker, are we talking about like 3 minute, 4 minutes kind of thing? With close quarters combat. Like I said, when I tried it, I really wasn't impressed with it, unfortunately. I wanted it to work out, but five to six not optimized. I got you. Okay, so I kept up my Dark Shroud a lot better this time around. But the first map was pretty unfortunate. I really need to skip trash here, man. I spent way too much time on trash. Way too much time. I'm out of mobs. if I should put Blade Dancer on like a ring instead of an amulet. Only because something like Conceited would buff the whole thing versus Blade Dancer. You know, Blade Dancer is only really buffing the, well, you know, returning blade is part of it. Spin. Yeah, Bach is definitely. Well, it's actually Mani. I have Mani now for that. I just changed Bach for Warcry, but Mani is now for Dark Shroud, and it's been up a lot more. Let's not do that. Let's look Conceited. It's 75% of it though. But at least the initial hit is stronger, but I don't know if that's really worth the trade-off. Boss goes in 3 staggers, 2.5. That's actually not bad. Cinder, what's going on? You got a 4 GA to boss will? Very nice. Did it roll well on the unique FX part of it, or? You said nope. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I spent way too much time on trash. It gets hard if I like without a pull, especially trying to like kill trash on the way too as well. But like I just want to stab stuff, so I end up like attacking things I really shouldn't and spending times on things I shouldn't. 'Cause my lead kills aren't that slow, honestly. Because that I spend like way more time trying to like kill trash. I just want to bounce everywhere. See, man, I can do that and it's fine. It only goes, yeah, it goes to 20, yeah, not 40 anymore. Oh, 19, that's actually really good. Congrats. Okay. That actually wasn't bad. You could make my spec and add it, petrify rune or no witness, and allows you to do something nice and keep shadow in view. Why petrify? Oh, actually, wouldn't you want to go no witness anyway? What are you doing? Are you doing inner sight with that? Because I mean, you should be doing no witness anyways from preparation. I guess realize what you just said. You know, close quarter, yeah, but like even with close quarters combat, it doesn't. You know, you still should be able to do preparation, right? For your specialization. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, inner sight would be quite kind of useless, unfortunately. So that should give you no witness anyways. How have I been? I've been alright. Do I want to duel for fun? I mean like PvP? Or like, you know, just like 2-man. At the moment, I'm kind of like testing out a Twisting Blades build I just put together, so it's kind of hard to duel and kind of see the effectiveness of what I'm doing. Yeah, I just have no AoE though. Like, I would say it's just fine. Or no, like. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like do like a pull. Kept prep. Good. That's good. Physical TB, yeah. I would go like Shadow Imbue with Alchemical Admixture like next season or whatever for a Twisting Blades. I think that could be really fun. I can spend way too much time trying to kill trash. Cause I'm trying to like actually make my returning blades actually work out in a sense where like where I go from one pack to another and then the returning blades end up reaching the next pack when I get there. But I also took, you know, returning blades come back faster, so I don't even know if I even want that anymore for what I'm trying to do here. I mean, my elite kills will be a little slower because it'll take like, you know, another second or whatever before they return or something, or half second before they return. But I think for like the speed farming aspect of it, having the later return might actually be more beneficial if I can keep them in a straight line. I don't know. Whoops. I use the Vortex Ring for a good pull. Yeah, it's really between that and Warcry. But I already feel like I don't really do a lot of damage as it is, so it's kind of like it's hard to try. I'm not doing that damage, but like I'm trying to pull as much damage as I possibly can. Physical setup, so I just feel very much like I want to use Warcry, especially for like the bosses or whatever. But I can just go Death Trap instead of Shadow. So that's another thing I could do instead. Actually, let's do that. Actually, why do I have haste there? I don't remember why I have haste there. Shadow and Blue is great with his Blade shot a few seasons ago. Should be great for. Well, Shadow and Blue in general is actually in the really bad spot. Period. Once you reach Endgame, it just doesn't really do enough damage to warrant having it. But the way the game is now, I'll put it that way. That's exactly why they actually did buff it with some new utility aspects, which is good. What's lowering my death trap cooldown so much? It's probably the Twisting Blades passive, I think it is. Like, this thing is like literally coming off so fast, which is good. Not complaining. I might actually be able to stop and kill some trash packs now. If it's got that kind of... Also, Peacha, for some reason, I'm like addicted to, not some reason, but I'm addicted to Flurry, teleport Flurry. I almost can't like not use it in like any build now. It's like I have to. Why don't I play Poison TV? You want me to do what everyone else is doing on TV? Why create a build that's already been created already? I mean, I can if you want me to. I mean, if you want to see what you've already seen already. You don't know, you thought it was the best build for TB. I'm not into that rush way of asking. Oh, well then. Yeah, so Poison TB is great for pushing, but it's bad for speed farming. So the idea, honestly, was to play something or do something on TB that would be more suitable for speed farming, since 99% of the content you do, or most players do, is generally speed farming. So not to mention, people were wanting a physical TB or a non-poison TB anyhow, so I figured I'd put together something. So you go physical TB, what you roll. So to do physical TB, it's a quite a bit of a different build in general. It's not just you change one thing and then now it's physical. Like it's a momentum based build versus alchemical admixture. So you have to kind of like gear like a bit different than you do the normal TB build. So I did like that with the death trap for sure. That was actually kind of fun. This is not a good map. But I've got a plan for it. Nope. I actually just put this together on the fly, honestly. I will make a planner, you know, eventually, but I literally just put this together on the fly. Why is my stabs not working? There are like times where like I'm trying to stab and like I don't stab. And when I don't stab, I don't do damage, so obviously. I don't know what's happening with that. I also want to change my helm out too. I want to try a different helm. Where the Elise at? Way too much trash. There you go. Oh, the Elise on the other side of the wall. God, it's been such bad maps, I swear. feel like there's the elites were way spaced out on this freaking floor. You said yesterday that Heartseeker Alchemical might become a possibility. Can I elaborate a bit because it sounds damn good? Well, because most of your damage will be coming from Shadow Imbuement at that point. So basically, you just buff Shadow Imbuement and then you just use Heartseeker to pretty much blow up your shadows or whatever. And since Heartseeker as a single target when built around, you know, to be a DPS or whatever, it's actually really good. It's the AoE that obviously like the clear potential is a bit wonky obviously, but the single target has always been great. So with Shadow Imbuement being able to be like, you know, actually hit, you know, pretty hard and more support for it, then yeah, you can build basic attacks around Alchemical Admixture next season. That includes Heartseeker, Blaze Shift, Invigorating Strike, those kind of things. So you can use imbuements on basic attack. No. Like you'll still use other stuff. You'll still use movement stuff. Like let's say you can like use Flurry or use Dash, Shadow Step, Rain of Veils, any of those. You can imbue any of those with Shadow. And so just as long as you touch one enemy, you're basically just you're gonna spread the shadow really quickly with the Heartseeker. You see what I'm saying? So I'm looking forward to that. Pretty much. It's pretty much how I have the Heartseeker now, or at least the Heartseeker with the Rain of Arrows, like Shadow Imbuing the Rain of Arrows or whatever like that. So therefore I can spread that. Something like that. The teleport on Flurry on TB is a shame that it has so few charges, paying to recharge unless you just one tap things. Not TB. Oh, Flurry. Oh, you mean Shadow Step? Well, yeah. Yeah, let's go with a different helm. I wish I had a better air though. This is the best I got, but yeah, let's do that. Although I feel like my through killing is gonna suffer, but boss damage should be a lot better. If Victimize in the last patch, the Maxroll changed and build for Heartseeker, my damage is lower now. You think it was nerf? It wasn't. Are you looking at your crit numbers, Lofen? Like, are you saying your crit numbers are lower? Yeah, so it's going to naturally be lower because you proc Victimize more often now, so you're not backloading as much damage as you used to. So you're dealing more damage, but your crit numbers are going to be lower because you're proccing Victimize less often. Oh, I'm sorry, you're proccing Victimize more often, therefore your damage isn't being backloaded into a bigger hit like it used to be because you're proccing more often. So yeah, naturally your crit numbers are going to be lower. And they didn't obviously explain that, but that's exactly what's happening. But you are dealing more damage overall. Man. I really can't wait till we can use a different helm other than Kyle the Nameless, man. I hate being pigeonholed into it so much. The proc rate still lower than season 4 or 5. What do you mean? I mean, Victimize or? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, because Victimize didn't have an internal cooldown in season 4 or 5. It still has an internal cooldown now. It's just 0.2 instead of none. So it's gonna appear that it doesn't have internal cooldown, but it does. So. Stone Mage, what's up? This is a bad run. This is a horrible run. I'm almost 3 minutes into this and like only over halfway. I think I'm gonna have to go back to Cow, man. I don't want to use Cow. I really don't. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That was an accident. Yeah, I gotta go back. I gotta go back to Cow, man. Ugh, rough. I hope it's okay to ask in here if possibly can be shown where the faded reliquary is. Honestly, don't even remember what that is. Probably because I don't interact with that at all in the game. What is it again? Wasn't sure there's an ICD when I play Heartseeker. Oh no, there is a ICD. It's just 0.2 now. So like basically it's like you can get 5 procs a second. And with Heartseeker, you're not gonna attack faster than 5 anyway. So oh, the character boost. Okay. It should be in Kyova Shad. Roughly how much damage is Kyle giving after all the double dipping and bugs? Depends on whether you're doing a precision build or a victimized build. Let's just say it's a lot. I don't have like an exact number, but let's just say it's ridiculous amount of damage, especially if you're rolling with precision. So here's the midwinter ward. This gives you actually where? Oh, it's only internal. Okay, never mind then. Colin, are you playing internal or season? Seasonal. God, I hate Kyle the Nameless, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it, unfortunately. Alright, well. Sag. How about a poison TB build? There's plenty of poison TB builds out there, so I kind of wanted to not do that. Not to mention, I wanted to try to make a speed farm TB build, and the poison TB builds aren't really good for speed farming at all. So appreciate the follow. Besides, I love the zoom nature of traditional TB anyhow. Or regular TB, I guess. Hey,
Yo,
Kurt with the
Dark
raid.
Side.
What's up, man?
We just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
What's up, man? Can't do a dance right now, but what's going on, man?
Sheezy.
Out. Hope we're doing all right, man.
Crip raided my stream with 19 views.
So Flurry or Heartseeker good. What's that on you? Technically speaking, yeah, it's good to be able to. I mean, it's good to use to spread shadow and view if you want to do it that way. So I mean, you can if you would like. This is a pretty awful run too. But it's more so because of like my fault, not because I'm not doing the damage. I'm just getting stuck on trash mobs when I really should just be ignoring them. Because I get like no value out of really fighting them in this setup. I gotta travel too much to make it work. And that was bad right there too. Oh, and I have no pots. That's some Heartseeker. He's all hardcore. Okay. Got all the Lily statues. I hate those so much. That's bad. Mm, 75. So 75 to 113. That's 20, 33, 36. Yeah, I guess I gotta ignore the trash, and I don't want to. I really don't want to. It's fun, like stabbing things along the way. I should wonder if I should skip retribution for accelerating, but I don't really know what my what is my what I figure out what breakpoint am I at? And am I gonna like be at a cap? I guess I can just not even worry about looking at my spreadsheet there. A spreadsheet. Just go ahead and do it. Just cause I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit cap. And one of the categories, I'm sure. I guess I didn't really hit cap. It doesn't feel like it. I actually do feel an actual increase. Bro, is there a good reason not to use Dark Shroud? You're thinking about using Bulwark? Dark Shroud is still more damage reduction. If the idea is to get good damage reduction, like you might as well do Dark Shroud. So I wouldn't trade Dark Shroud for another damage reduction method, rune or whatnot. If you just want to drop it, period, for like more offense in some way, you could do that, as long as you can survive. I messed that up. Mid-season patch was best pushing build. Now my that's not struggles with damage. I mean you got 4 choices basically. Poison TB, Rain of Arrows, Rapid Fire, Overpower Flurry basically. But the best would be Rapid Fire, but it's also probably the hardest and possibly the clunkiest out of the 4 I just mentioned to play. I don't know. I felt better with Retribution actually. What TB upgraded using the days and the CDR so I can get my Death Trap off a cooldown faster. Let me do an Infernal Horde. I think I had enough Nightmare Dungeons.
Things on your return.
Tree. J-Mac. We'll just re-up the elixir. But I don't have a planner for it. Sorry, at least not yet. I basically did this on the fly, like legit, literally on the fly. The AoE rapid fire isn't fun to play, I think. Pretty much. That's a fair statement. The thing about it is that, like, I would, when it comes to pit pushing, Koski, I would determine what you're trying to do. Like what is your goal? Like reasonable goal of what you want to try to do, and then pick a build that will allow you to be able to reach that goal. This is, you know, having the absolute best may not necessarily matter, depending on the goal you're trying to reach, and how many hours you're willing to fish and put into actual pushing. All of those are very important when considering what to play. Wait, why is... That's weird. Really weird, actually. What? Actually, why was he even poisoned? I don't have a dot skill or ability, do I? Pretty sure I don't. I'm trying to think of something. What if I did I guess before I do the whatchamacallit, what if I did actually I don't even know if I can do that. I guess I could try it another day or whatever. It's specific to Roshan. Cool. Is this precision? No, this is momentum. You can't go for precision with melee builds in terms of proc and precision. I have no other way to proc vulnerable though. I try to go the other route. At least Flurry, like Flurry gives me a way to be able to proc vulnerable on a. I have to change a stat to be able to do it on like a ring or something. Otherwise, but I guess you know what, we can we can make the adjustment here. Let me see something. Okay, I don't kind of like that, but you know what? I'm curious, so we'll try it. So let me just throw poison imbu on, but keep the same momentum passive or whatever.
Let me show you.
But I'm not gonna try to scale the poison damage though. But I'm just curious how much of a benefit I'll get if I did at least smack on some of it. I don't know why that's there. How many points can I sacrifice for that though? Wait, hold on. I have to get rid of Flurry. Max that out. And then I'm a little scared to do this, but we'll do it. Okay. I have poison beam recharges. Probably won't last for too long, but out of curiosity, because I still have damage for Dark Shroud on most places. A lot of additive damage. I'm stuck for TB. Do I want to go on weapons vulnerable or if you're doing poison TB like the alchemical admixture, you want to go damage over time. Oh, I did have to change my glyphs too as well. I have to change glyph chip out for something different. I did forget about that. Chip and both chip and pride actually. That's a pretty pathetic for, I guess, not building into it. That's absolutely not worth. Without like truly building into it. Yeah, because you're looking at about like 10 mil, 1 mil, 2 mil ticks or whatever. Nowhere near enough without me like completely trying to build into it, which I'm not gonna do. I was hoping just for some extra off, but not enough. All right, we'll just keep doing what we're doing then, and go into Inferno Horde. Three. What else did I take? I do kind of want to roll vulnerable proc though. It'll be a little weird on TB though, because TB has such a low chance to do like legit anything. Yeah. Cool. All right, well, that back here. Open up Frontal Horde. Do an A cap. Consume it for vulnerable. It only lasts for the first hit though, so it doesn't really. It like there's no like snapshotting or anything. Assume it has too high of a cooldown for me to be able to like reliably rely on that for vulnerable. I mean, Flurry itself does pretty well on his own, but I can see why it is a little tougher. Twisting Blades for speed, like speed farming in general. It just doesn't really have, doesn't command much of a presence really. For like large amount of like mobs or whatever. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a lot of fun. But you have to kind of really work for it on TB to get any results, and the results are definitely not really worth the effort in terms of efficiency is concerned. Fun factor for sure, but efficiency, yeah. Like you might as well just play like regular Flurry almost. If like that's the biggest concern, but I do like the way it looks visually though, and also the returning blaze part of it. I've always liked the returning blaze part of it, but I asked another question, but is the reason you can't grab it is because I was using the trial version and you need the full game? Possibly. I would assume that is it. Do you have Microsoft Game Pass? I haven't done any of these events. This is fun. I should have changed back to my other amulet. I forgot to. Whoops. Yeah, I definitely want that other amulet. Also, because I'm just a bit faster with the movement speed. Uh-oh. It's lagging. It's lagging. No. Okay, there we go. It's lagging again. Uh-oh. Okay, we're still here somehow. That's a huge lag spike. Oh, bad. At first. Like having dipped attack movement speed on your amulet. I don't know, I like speed. But it's really hard to get the proper amulet anyway, so sometimes, like especially for this setup right now, because I wasn't trying to go like all in on this. I just picked the amulet that kind of made the most sense. But I don't have like the perfect amulet for it. I don't think I have the perfect amulet for any of my builds except for Rain of Arrows, honestly. Like that's the amulet that like that's really, really good. I purchased Vessel Hatred recently. After that, I see frames per second drops all the time. Is that commonly observed? Yep. This season in general has been very buggy, and the servers feel like they're constantly unstable. So, yep. So what you're experiencing is, it's not just you for sure. It's pretty common. Oof. Yeah, I actually almost think that weird observation, but I almost think that the returning blades returning faster, while it is a DPS increase for the time that you're there, I almost feels like it actually hurts you when you're trying to like move around and go from place to place and trying to like get like extra damage or extra blades to kind of follow you around. In between, I guess feels. I don't know. Like, I can't think of any other tempers I would want to choose in that slot though. Pig, what's up? Guess this is fine. What happened to Andy's rogue? Started playing a bit late in the season, so surprised to see Andy's fell off when they were so strong last season. The changes to glyphs. Some additive damage differences. The having an ICD on Andes now when it didn't have a ICD before. Kind of all really negatively hurt Andariel's. Not to mention, I mean, Victimize. Honestly, it's the same thing as Andy's proc, just without the damage over time, but rather a burst instead. So it just kind of fell off. ICD, oh sorry, internal cooldown. So like it doesn't proc as often as it used to. They gave it an internal cooldown to Victimize as well, which was pretty unpopular. But I understand partially why they did it, more so to because all those procs was blowing up the servers. So I kind of get it, but it did make some things kind of feel a little bit worse to play. Initially, when the Victimize ICD was what 0.5 earlier this season, like it made Victimize skills feel kind of awkward to play.
Magic, steel. I've seen all manner of wounds.
But all right, I do agree with Pig though. I do need to go to sleep. Also, my game is becoming really unstable for some strange reason. So let's call it here. We're gonna read out. I will say that tomorrow's Sunday, right? Or today's Sunday. So I generally don't stream on Sundays. So you will not see me tonight or on tonight, but you will see me on a Monday. Come Monday though, I think I'm gonna start doing more of playing different games as well. So I'll still be doing some D4 stuff, obviously, but it'll be like the second half will be a different game of some sort. So we'll kind of go back to doing that until more news. Am I gonna try POE 2? Yep, sure will. So I am looking forward to that. December 6th. Then there's patch notes for PTR coming out on Wednesday of this week. So that'll be a good stream to kind of go over what's new coming into season 7. So I'm excited for that. PTR for season 7 is December 3rd. So not this week, but the following week will be a rather busy time. So this week will be more kind of chill. Next week will be grind fest for practically the whole month, because I can see myself playing early access Path of Exile 2 for pretty sure the majority of December, considering that I don't really know much about Path of Exile other than the 200 hours I spent in Path of Exile 1 years ago, which is like nothing. So excited to jump in as a somewhat of a new player. I'm gonna, unlike others though, I'm probably not going to spend much time like watching videos and trying to study the game per se. I kind of want to go in somewhat semi-fresh. Like, so I'll look at some things, like I'll look at like how some things might work or whatever, but I don't want to sit there and like try to go in knowing everything. I think it'll be kind of fun learning on the fly, and you guys can like make fun of me for doing silly things who actually do play Path of Exile, right? So I think it'll be fun for all of us. Oh, Canadian's on. Yeah, everything's lagging. I think it's, yeah, everything's lagging for me right now. Pretty sure it's the game though. That's the biggest issue of it. So let me log out the game. There you go. So yeah, we'll go to Canadian. She's cool. Creator of the Tugboat Rogue, which is a really interesting and fun build that I think she started. What was it, back in season 4, season 5? It was season 4, right? I think it's when she started stuff like that. Or was it season 5? I can't remember. But yeah, enjoy her. I will see y'all Monday night. And as always, till next time.